Hello, YouTube. My camera shifted. There we go. I am ready. My body is ready to be together in battle. I'm excited. How you doing this week, Sinister?
Heck yeah. I'm doing great. I feel like I should probably have some sort of, like, thing where I can view the stream, but it is not showing for me.
You can't see stream at... Oh, right. Yep, I need to stream to you real quick. I always forget.
Cool.
There we go.
No worries.
I mean, nothing's happening until I post the stuff on Discord real quick. Come hang out with @Sinister and I... Oh wait, that's... yeah. And solve mysteries. So you said you liked the thumbnail I came up with for this week?
The what do you call it? The Scooby-Doo one.
Yes.
Made me chuckle.
It doesn't want to actually... Ah, Rat Lantern's already got me. Well,
Indeed. Rat Lantern is on top of it.
Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up properly for a lot of people, myself included now. It was earlier. YouTube just gets weird with thumbnails sometimes. I don't know why that happens.
Yeah, it's weird. It showed up with the correct thumbnail in my feed, but then, like, when I go to the actual page, it's showing last week's thumbnail for some reason. I have no idea why.
Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's just always been weird about it, and usually it's Nick that lets me know, who's just one of my frequent viewers, and he'll just ping me on Discord. Usually it'd be like, hey, this looks weird. And there's times I'll have to, like, take it fully down and redo it. Like, I don't know. It just happens. YouTube's just weird sometimes.
That is weird. I don't know. YouTube probably has some kind of, like, database shenanigans going on, causing that, I'd imagine.
Oh, I'm sure they have, like, a million shenanigans going on, but I'm still grateful for how often it does work.
It is a pretty cool site, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's why I've long been pretty grateful to YouTube. I'm like, the kids these days will never know. Like, I've said many times, I used to watch, yeah, didn't like that at all. Let me approve that chat message. I have, for the new viewers that are here from your community, I don't have auto mod. I don't really like that, like, conceptually. YouTube just does, like, has auto mod baked in, and it just is really weird sometimes. Hello, Rat Lantern. Hello, Maine. To finish my thought, though, I usually say, like, you know, kids these days and stuff are never gonna understand that, like, I used to watch X-Play on G4 growing up, which probably sounds like alien language to some of you, but that was the video game show that ran on TV. On cable. And they hated Japanese games. Like, hated. It was like, oh, it's Japanese? That's how I know it's bad. But I used to tune in just to watch them say that, because there's times that I could go, hey, that's Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on TV! That was cool. We didn't have that. Now I could just watch whatever I want, whenever I want.
Now it's like the opposite. Now we have people being like,
This game doesn't look enough like my waifu body pillow. I'm not going to play it.
I don't know which one you have in mind for that, but...
oh, I got some comments on the internet from people who are like, I don't like the portraits in Together in Battle. It should look like... I'm not going to name the game that they said it should look like, but it had some of the worst portraits I've ever seen in any game. But they were vaguely anime, and that's what counted.
I mean, I do think that there is pressure in the SRPG space to make it vaguely anime. Like, we can...
Oh, absolutely.
We'll talk about that when we get into it. Okay, we're at Payday. I think we can afford Payday. Yeah, we can barely afford Payday, but we're okay. I don't know.
Nice.
When is our next... okay. So I need to not do too much today.
So this could be an opportunity to check out some of the jobs board stuff that you haven't done yet.
Nah, I'm good.
Nah.
I don't want to have my people come into the next battle with no energy, and I'd rather keep my options open. So we're just gonna go to the store and leave twice.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This is different. Before you go, you're Nihil's Mercor, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? Friend of mine recently told me about what you did for him, saving his wagon from bandits. I could use a favor myself. Oh. No good deed goes unpunished. You may have noticed that I've had no steel arms or armor these past few months. That's because my steel arm supply gets raided by bandits every time they come to Kalkerpa. Lately, they've refused to come at all. What does the city guard here do, exactly? You did not hear this from me, but the guard pretends to keep the bandits in check. But somehow they never seem to ever kill or capture any of them. Some say high-ups in the guard are being bribed to look the other way. That seems relevant. I get to meet cool people playing games I think are cool, and that's pretty great compared to a more introverted youth. I agree, that's what I do now. The kind of dynamic I have with, for example, Nihil is a kind of dynamic that was only made possible due to on-demand entertainment like this. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Like, you can get as niche as you want. I'll talk about that in a minute, too. People really do be gatekeeping portraits. Absolutely. The jobs board could result in bonus violence. We have an important match tomorrow. I don't want bonus violence today. How can we help? Simple, you walk up to those bandits and you tell them, get lost or you'll face the fury of Nihil's Mercor, fully equipped with mighty armaments straight from Agarwal's. Kalkaraper's #1 source for high-quality arms and armor. Get 10% off our everyday low prices every Wedding's Day. Sorry, I got carried away. Anyway, you get the idea though, yes? You should have a few days to prepare while I find out where they're based. Well, what do you say? Why are they a problem if they're based? How many of them are there? How many bandits? My supplier said something like 24 men. He does like to exaggerate, though. Oh, that supplier of mine's such a kidder. Oh, that's a lot of men, but we'll do it. I'm glad he's giving me a couple days to prep for that, and we're not. I was thinking going to the shop could result in bonus violence today.
Bonus violence, but also, if you pull it off, higher quality equipment.
I'm not even thinking about that too much. I'm more just thinking it's another quest, and we have to do quests because we're heroes, and that's what we do. I like that I'm looking like I can afford things. Kushbu is back, and it's payday. $220 to spare. We're fine.
I think we did go on a bit of a spending spree last time, if I remember right.
I believe.
Which is probably why.
We're gonna need food one day. Oh, Ohm baked us a cake. We don't even have to worry as much. Tokay is sick. Oh, dang. Ramak cleans. I appreciate it. Gemini goes on a walk and tries to think of what he could say to suggest that Tatiana enter into a relationship with him. So, Tatiana, you ever thought about you and me together in a relationship sort of way? No, that's terrible. I have to do better than that. Yeah, that is pretty terrible. Freyana's stomach suddenly grumbles loudly. Gah, be silent, you dumb digestive tract. Anyway, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Freyana Goldwing.
Freyana, eh? I once knew a Freyana. A world-class orifice, if you know what I mean. Not that it's your fault, it just makes me mad thinking about her. Put her there, pal. Jafar Snideball, pleasure to make your acquaintance.
What a horrible thing to say to somebody. I love that this man is our healer. Oh wow, Kushbu got us almost 100 food today.
Wow, nice.
I think that was like 80 food.
Yeah, Crispy is like really pulling in the food.
Yeah, that has really helped us not have to buy things. Yeah, his name is Snideball. I knew he would be special from the beginning. And see, I'm sad that, like, if we do another run of this at some point, we won't have Snideball. But that is the beauty of it as well, I guess, that relationships are fleeting
And special.
Yes, we are ready. The Sinister Demons today. You use Sinister in totally normal contexts, but every time you do, I'm like, haha, wink.
Yeah.
Alright, we've got an Arbalist out there. This looks like the easiest team we have fought in a while. We gotta be careful with that Kineticist.
Yeah, particularly with that chasm right there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna...
Like, it might even be worth clicking him just to see, like, just for starting purposes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he can't get to you.
I'm thinking we have Jimmy deal with him. I'm wondering if we just fly over all of this and get to him as soon as possible. I'm not sure. Okay, I want him there. Maybe Jimmy here. Destroyer here.
One thing to keep in mind in Snow Leopard League is there's higher elevations to worry about. So, like, you can't walk from elevation 1 to elevation 3.
I see. So
like,
right
Operator's
here.
going to be boxed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move everybody back one. Destroyer there. Operator here. And then we need Snideball. They don't have a great mage this time, for once, so we can kind of rock them with our Golem squad, I think.
Yeah, as long as their Kineticist doesn't get a chance to insta-kill any of your guys with the Chasm, I think you should be alright.
Yeah, we'll be careful about that, because I know we have the power of Q now. Haha. Was that in a tutorial that I missed somewhere, or like...
I think you skipped tutorials on this one, and that just
did.
wasn't in tutorials the last time you played.
That makes sense.
I think is what happened. Yeah.
Alright, let's put him up there. Oh. Yeah, we're just kind of locked in, huh?
You can cut through the bush. That's
I
pretty
can.
easy.
Yeah, we'll do that. There we go. Yeah, we'll start that. Speaking of niche stuff, though, I was just gonna say, I have long thought about doing... No, that's a show that I shouldn't talk about, because I don't want somebody to steal the idea. Never mind.
Okay.
Ignore that thought. Because I still might at some point. Oh, he could reach me.
Oh, shoot, yeah. See, okay, so the reason it showed him not reaching you before is because he was just walking, and he used Levitate, so he flew over
Oh.
to that spot.
Well, that's real bad.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Well, now is probably a good time for Rat Lantern's question. Can you help me understand the Q rangefinder a bit more? Do units give you their maximum range as though they could walk through allies?
The answer to that is yes. It used to be that it would just show you where they can move to, taking into account the fact that, like, allies could block them. And a lot of people complained about that, I think somewhat justifiably, because it, like, that's kind of misleading, right? Because, like, if it only shows you that, then the second enemy moves, the Q key is not giving you an accurate, view of who can reach who. So I changed that a few months ago, I think it was. So now it just acts as if units can move through each other for purposes of the Q keep.
I really hope Jimmy doesn't die from this. That would make me sad.
That would suck. I wonder if Kushbu can reach him with Grape Shot.
Grape Shot?
Oh, she doesn't have Grape Shot yet. Never mind. JK.
I know you're not doing it on purpose, but it always feels really funny when you hit me with something like that. It's like, yeah, you could totally do it if you had the right tools. Nerd.
My bad. She does have Sprint, so she's got that going for her. She could get to another space.
I don't know that she could reach. I don't think she can reach regardless.
She could reach that bronze golem at least.
True. Yeah, we could do that. I keep thinking that like Sprint's really expensive, but it's kind of not. Not at this point.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're good. So we said we were going to start out with, you pushed some updates this week. Do you want to talk about what you did?
Sure. I mean, there was just a series of hotfixes. So for the most part, not anything super duper impactful. Obviously, as you've already seen,
Jimmy
the
has
portrait
a
issues
face.
are fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
At least
what
he
happened?
did for a few minutes there.
Oh, yeah. What was the issue with it?
The issue was... I'm trying to remember now. It was something like... I don't even remember at this point. I've been in a sort of a daze fixing things, but that got fixed. It might have been something like I think it was like some of the portrait data wasn't getting loaded or something like that, or it wasn't getting loaded before the characters were getting loaded.
I see.
So their portraits weren't showing up. But no, it wasn't that, because it was just the Spriggans. I forget exactly what it was. There was some issue with how it was dealing with the portrait data.
Oh, hey, grape shot.
Oh, what do you know? It's like I foresaw. So yeah, so I fixed that thing. The thing with characters, the back parts of their hair not showing up, that's fixed also.
Sweet, I didn't like our haircuts. We went to like sports cuts or something. The discount.
Yeah, everyone suddenly having short hair was not the best. Let's see.
Oh.
This one, I think, is not going to matter for your playthrough, but one of the new things that I pushed as part of the hotfixes is if you're playing on max level AI, if there are a large number of enemies on the battlefield, the AI now goes out of its way to order the turns of all units that are moving long term, right? Like they're not in attack range already, in order from closest to furthest away from the enemy.
I see. I think.
So they're better at turn ordering themselves on the highest AI.
That makes sense.
I also made it so that in the Blacksmith Rescue mission, if there are already 19 or more enemies on the map, reinforcements don't keep spawning, just to keep the turn, the turn lengths a little more reasonable.
That makes sense, because most of what we were seeing was not going to impact our game.
Yeah. Yeah, it did impact the game, it just impacted it negatively.
Yes, I just meant we were not going to lose because there was 4 more guys in the top left corner.
Exactly. Let's see, I fixed the issue with the tooltips for characters like Datu Dil. I don't know if you remember, it was showing the wrong stuff in his tooltip, in the wrong spots.
Oh, yes, I do remember that. Real quick,
So that got
Robok
fixed.
wants to ask us something.
Oh,
I'm trying to
snap.
decide on what to improve with my training regimen. Dodge, probably.
Let's inspect Bromok. Let's see what Bromok's got going on.
Not a lot. She's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, she's a good ways behind your top characters, and doesn't have the benefit of promotion stats.
No. Maybe we do strength?
I feel like anything other than energy would be very good for her.
Yeah. Let's do dodge, because she is the actress and always getting targeted.
That is true.
So anything that can mitigate that for her slightly would be great. Gemini goes on a walk and brainstorms what he could say to Tatiana to express romantic interest in her. Hey Tatiana, I just had this wacky idea. What if we got romantically involved? That'd be crazy, right? No, that's terrible. I have to do better than that. Yeah, that's bad. The thing I'm really worried about is Jimmy here.
Yeah.
That's about the same thing as last time. Jafar cleans. Okay, he's not insta-dead. Uh-oh. In the middle of the night, Alm suddenly awakens. He knows how to fix a problem he was having with his techniques. Groggily, he gets up, walks over to his pack, and begins to scribble down his insight. I just know I won't be able to sleep till I write this down. Okay, that's not too bad. Whenever there's an event in the middle of the night, I get nervous.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it is very not good.
When I made my Game Jam entry map, I tagged some things as move first to encourage this behavior. Happy to see less buff self pass turn. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that is also something that hasn't been in these hot fixes, but that's coming in the next patch. I've made some tweaks to the AI to make it a little less trigger happy on sitting halfway across the map, self-buffing and not moving.
It's gonna take him 7 days to recover.
Ooh, man. Well, it's better than not recovering at all.
It is.
He did
some paid time
take
off.
263 damage with that fall, so...
I thought it was 276. It was
also
lot.
Possible. it was quite a lot of damage.
Gemini is not me practicing before I have to make any phone call. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, depending. You know what, though? There's no shame in that.
The tweakier the AI, the more exciting Niall's second AI tournament will be. Yeah, I'm hoping that if and when we do that, the AI will put in a better showing.
Yes. I think, like, people have expressed a lot of interest, and you and I both seem like we're on board, so I'd say we're doing another one.
All right. Officially announced. You heard it here, folks.
Yeah. I kind of hinted at it in your Discord earlier today. I forget who I was responding to that you tagged me in it, but I'm like, yeah, if y'all all want to do it, I don't see why not.
Yeah, maybe we can do something like get some user map submissions or something for this one.
We could. That could be interesting. So this is the merchant we saved coming to see us again. Hello, my dear friend. I hope you've been well. I've been singing your praises all over the city. Do you need any supplies? I've gotten a new supplier with better weapons and armor just for you. I'll offer a discount on my usual prices. Well, okay. That's 10 dodge for Tokay. I kind of like that.
What is Tokay's current weapon like strength-wise, though?
I bought it anyway. We can double check in a minute.
Alright.
Is there anything else that we just need? That takes a ton of energy to wield, but it's got knockback +1.
Yeah, every attack will knock back, which is extremely good.
That's the rest of our money, though, too. Might be worth, though. That is 64 uses and bypasses 50% of resistances.
Oh, but doesn't Gemini have a really good family weapon? Or no, he doesn't. He just went home to visit a sick relative. That's what it was.
Now I know there's family weapons.
That is a thing that you can theoretically get through an event in this.
Alright, I'd rather buy that. Permanently boost strength by 1. That could be good, but cannot regularly afford it. We're good. Well, sweet. I want to learn how to make YouTube videos by trimming down the first AI tournament. It'd be a new skill for me. Any advice? Is there any world where it could publish on this channel? Probably not on this one, because I am pretty, like, protective of, like, I'm the only one that's ever published stuff to here. But any advice? I can tell you how I do it. I've wanted to make, I forever ago, I think it was Meowth, was asking me how to make YouTube videos, and there's a lot of tutorials online, but I should just walk y'all through what I do. Okay, they're just talking about the case. We have
okay, I'm reading through the changelog here.
Real quick, the way I do videos is I use, if I'm just going to record myself, I use, what is the thing called? Let me pop out and look at it. OBS Studio. And then if I'm going to stream, I'm using Streamlabs Desktop, because OBS Studio doesn't play super nice with streaming to YouTube. And I'm sure it could, but, you know, YouTube working on their streaming stuff, they've needed to do that for a little while. So this is Streamlabs Desktop. My camera that you're seeing is my iPhone, and I have that connected via Camo Studio, and everything I have named is free. I did just pay $100 for Camo Studio, which lets me stream in higher camera quality. And then I edit using a tool called Wondershare Filmora. Most editing software is a subscription. Wondershare Filmora for Mac is only subscription, unfortunately, but for Windows it is $100 and you're done. So that's my whole suite of stuff that I use. Oh, and then to make thumbnails, I use an in-browser app called Pixlr that is essentially Photoshop, but free. You can only save 3 things a day with it now. That wasn't the case when I started using it. But I think that also has an option to just pay your way out of that, I think permanently. But also, I don't need typically to download more than 3 things in a day, so that doesn't totally matter.
If anyone is interested, potentially including you, in an alternative to Pixlr, I would highly recommend Krita.
Can you spell that?
Yeah, Krita. It's completely free, and it is a really, really excellent graphic editing, but also more so a digital painting program. It's what I use to paint all of the portrait assets and other things that I have painted for this game.
I just messaged that to you on Discord so I can look it up after stream.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm not like married to Pixlr. I could definitely, I would definitely try some other things. It just does what I need it to do.
Krita, like, the interface takes a little getting used to. It's a little weird, but especially if you like digital painting, it's free, it's open source, and it's fantastic.
That sounds good. Should we trail Malatos today?
You're the boss!
Okay, it didn't do a pop-up saying, you should probably be at least level 30 promoted. So, I think we're okay. Manbeer's letter said that Malatos was secretly leaving the palace during the daytime each day. You settle into an alley nearby the palace and wait for her to emerge. You nearly miss it, but at last, like a crow darting from a tree, Malatos quietly slips from the palace. In before crow darting from a tree is like a slur towards the Shadow Lakes. She's just super cagey about that, or super, like, aggressive about it. You follow her at a distance for some time, taking care to avoid thinking about what you're doing. If Malatos were to pick up on your thoughts, the game would be up. Hello, Blind Coco Studios. I hope you're having a good day today.
Hello, Blind Coco. Welcome.
Eventually, you come to an opulent villa. Is this another palace? She's got her own palace? Malatos slips inside. You sneak up to a window to observe. You're still alive.
Malatos, is that you? I'd recognize that dour voice anywhere.
I know she's probably just blind, but she looks very scary.
Yes, I am still alive. You've always had a knack for stating the obvious.
That's not funny, Dayan. You wanted me to think you were dying. Why? And why are you hiding out here?
What an accusation! I was lucky. In the end, the illness contented itself with only my sight. As for this silliness about being in hiding, you have the whole scanner corps at your command. How could I have hidden from you? Be honest, Malatos. You simply didn't care enough to come and find me. ... As for why I'm here, it's a little thing called retirement. I'd like to think that I've earned a little privacy in my golden years, or as much of it as one can have, living in a place like Kalkarapor.
Forgive my rudeness, Dayan. The Royal Scanner's mindset is hard to turn off.
Think nothing of it, old friend. You must be parched, coming all this way in the heat. Let me have the servants fetch you some chai.
Also, I like to think that every time you read something, that is now the canon voice for that character.
It's, well, it is an interpretation.
Event. Suddenly, Dayan swivels about. A few moments pass in silence, but she makes no move to find a servant. So, the event tag, does that mean that this might not have happened?
It does not mean that.
Okay. The both of them remain stock still, eyes locked tightly together. A thought occurs to you. Is this woman truly blind? How is she doing that? I mean, I'm very much just profiling here, but I would assume being friends with the Royal Scanner would mean that she, like, has some kind of abilities. Her voice is strained with some invisible effort. You know I can't drink chai.
Of course. How could I forget?
Both are silent for a beat. The air is shimmering, a shimmering web of tension. Then abruptly, they each blink a few times and relax their posture. Malatos is the first to speak. So I'm guessing there was some kind of psychic battle happening. This place is quite something.
So I hear. If only I had eyes with which to see it.
Malatos sounds different in my head. Okay, I can try a different voice here. Do I have a palace of my own to look forward to in my retirement?
I don't think that's the voice they wanted.
No?
Just spitballing, just guessing.
Could be anything.
I wouldn't know, dear. I am merely a guest here.
A guest? For how long now?
Oh, who can say? The days bleed together. Some time now.
I know you'd never possibly make the sound. That was hilarious, though. Well, now I want to just keep going, trying different things. That's it. That's the one with stream delay. I don't know if you mean it's the Kermit voice or the other one.
Wait a moment. I know this place. This is...
Yes, don't be surprised. Love can make men do strange things. Not that I'd expect you to know anything about that.
How rude. That voice was perfect. No notes. Well, welcome in, Captain. I appreciate the encouragement.
Hey, Captain. Or is there a lover on the scene after all? After all these years, Malatos, you do still have some surprises left.
We imagine Malatos as the voice of someone who would yell at you if they wanted to. Always close to doing it, but never does. Cool like frostbite. It's very descriptive.
Oh, that's a good description.
Yeah, I like that. I'm happy for you, Dayon. There you go.
Do I detect a note of insincerity? Well, it makes no difference to me. I have my happiness. Tell me, why did you come here,
No reason, just idle curiosity. It's been so long.
Of course, too long. So good to see you again, Malatos.
I'm very, I get why you're wanting to just show this and stuff, but I'm like, we're looking through a window at this, but, this courtyard is, is there a window to the side I don't know about? I don't know how we got this view, and then I don't know how we're close enough to hear them without our thoughts being picked up. I have questions about the continuity here, but we'll go.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let the scene play out.
Oh, they did hear our thoughts. That's what the freezing was. You begin to sneak back off the grounds when you hear a grunt of surprise. Malatos is floating directly behind you, fixing you with a death glare. You want to be Malatos now, since we're in this shared conversation?
That was very stupid of you.
Who was that?
She closes her eyelids, Dykes straining to contain a flood of exasperation. No, not here. You're putting us both in danger. Wait a few days, then come find me.
I need the Fire Emblem Engage, just don't think about it. I need to add some more emotes on YouTube, so I shall... That seems like a good one to add, actually. I'll do that.
The FE Engage, just don't think about it.
Yeah, it's the, I think Captain made it. It was either Captain or Taya. Made a Fire Emblem Engage emote for my Discord.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure I properly credit who made that. Captain also just made one with Dimitri laughing, which is great.
I remember that one. That one was excellent.
I don't think it was that far back that somebody made the don't think about it. But yeah, it's like Veil, like cross-eyed. It's great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Dang, I don't know which thing it was in, but.
What's going on? You've been under a dark cloud ever since we left town.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, too late for that. I am worried about it.
Now he's saying don't think about it. It was Taya? Okay. Y'all both make great emotes. We also have a ton more spots for emotes in the server, so if y'all want to make any more, feel free. Then stop. It isn't your concern.
Sweetie.
Ooh. If you want to be in a relationship with somebody, that probably is also not the, Oh. Gemini was right. He is here. After all these years of searching, he has finally found him. And soon there will be blood. He will pay dearly for what he did. Normally I don't like the pronoun game, but it does make sense for the narrator kind of vaguely reading his thoughts. Very curious what that's going to lead to. Jafar spends the evening at the smithy. He works the bellows, heating the metal ingot until it glows orange, removes it with bladesmith tongs, pounds the metal into shape with a hammer until it cools too much to be worked, then repeats the process. Gradually, the weapon takes on something close to its final form. Jafar returns to camp, completely exhausted. The golems are always... I was about to say, the golems' conversations are never very, there's never much to them, but this one's funny. But I can't think of anything to say. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with Operator's dialogue. He's had a few things where it looks like stuff's missing.
Friana wants to spend the evening trying out a new eatery nearby, Dark Chital. There's a special that evening on roast lap, spiced with a blend of chili powder, coriander, cumin, ginger, and turmeric. Friana has a good time out by herself and ends the evening in a better mood. Have you ever gone to a restaurant and just gotten a table by yourself?
Yeah, sometimes. It's been a while since I last did that, but it can be quite nice.
I have never done that.
Really?
Yeah, I had a friend ask me about it the other day. We went out to lunch together, and I saw people doing that, and I was like, yeah, I've just never done that, and apparently I felt like I was in the minority.
I mean, you know, good company is nice, but I don't know, if you go with like a nice pair of headphones, just, you know, listen to music or watch a video, eat some nice food, it could be nice.
Good. I said, how exciting, and he said, you really don't know? I'm not sure that dialogue links properly. I think that's what I clicked.
You know, I was looking away when you clicked, so I couldn't say.
The blades of nature today. Try to survive. That's not his voice, but it's fine. He's had 20.
It is among his voices. Oh, this looks like a 4v4.
Oh, that's different. Ooh, we've got a ski arc. That needs to not last. You're bad at light. Are you bad at dark? Yeah, you are. Well, it's tempting to...
However, yeah. Oh man. They've got some nasty guys on their team.
They sure do. I scrubbed back and you did click how exciting, LMAO. Okay, thank you. I thought that's what I said, but yeah, he sure... You can gaslight me so easy with stuff like that. Trying to decide who we put in here. Let's put Gemini. I'm wondering if we Tatiana this time.
Yeah, honestly, this seems like a map where Tatiana could be really good.
Because I think we just don't want to get hit, mostly.
Yeah, you gotta have someone to deal with that Cavalier, though.
Do that, and then...
What kind of resistances does that Cavalier have? Are they, like, really tanky against physical?
No.
Okay, not that bad.
Okay, let's actually... Well... Unlike, Destroyer's weak to only poison. Or no, he's good against poison. He's not weak to anything. He can just normally, like, his health is enough to tank against most things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like, I could bring our healer. Because I don't like going without a healer.
Yeah, I feel like in a 4v4, you really want to dish out as much damage as possible.
That's kind of
like, you really need to just...
Do we just Kushbu then? Because we can kill
Kushbu
most
might be
of them
good
from range.
Yeah, picking off people at range seems pretty optimal.
No, I don't want to
in
look
this
at
scenario.
the stats for the reads. Do you have sprint? Yeah, you do. Okay. Let's do that. You're like, yeah, it's exciting, and he's doing the double take like you're a weirdo. You're excited to go into the bloodbath? That's how I read the exchange. I mean, could be. Were you gonna save at the beginning? Because I could see this also going very poorly. But do you have sprint? No. Okay, so you're.
But she does have
7.
unlimited amounts of leap, so
3,
that's
4,
kind of like
5,
sprint.
6, 7. Okay, we can reach that guy with her in turn 1.
Okay, but who can reach her after she does it, is the question.
The rest, probably.
Yeah, so that's kind of risky. Well, two of the 3 can.
Do you have levitate again? No. Okay. I don't want to get caught out by that again.
Yeah, that's a kineticist thing. I wouldn't expect a cryo to have that.
Alright, I think we put you here. I think I want to just get rid of that bush
Yeah, makes sense.
to set up for next turn. Either that, or...
If you really wanted to clear a path, you could blow up that tree. That's an exploding tree.
And that would blow up the bush?
It would blow up the bush and the boulder and the spiked barricade.
Well, I'm just thinking, I could get him up there and pinning shot that guy. Probably fully out of range. No, I think that's too much. I think that's not a good idea.
Can he reach with longbow, Gemini?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away. Yeah, he sure can. That range is nuts. Wow. Yeah, if we could start on him that way. Okay, let's go with that. So we were talking last week, to get back to what we were talking about, and you said you feel like there is a difference between the Eastern RPG crowd, or SRPG crowd, and the Western SRPG crowd. And that kind of ties in with that idea I did want to talk about of, there is a little bit of pressure to be more anime stylized.
Absolutely.
Who do you, like, so for the, like, Eastern SRPG fans, I feel like they probably started with stuff like Fire Emblem, but who do you feel like the Western crowd started with? Or, like, what do you feel like they, how did they get started into this, you think?
I mean, I feel like the Western crowd, at this point, you've got kind of like, sort of like two subcategories. You've got folks who are super into XCOM and the other squad-based SRPGs. And then you've got folks that are really into stuff like Battle Brothers or War Tales. The more like, or like, you know, King Arthur, A Knight's Tale, you know, like those more like gritty, quasi-realistic ones.
Yeah, I wonder, like, I feel like, I didn't realize this until you said something, but I've been a little bit in an echo chamber for Eastern SRPGs, because you talked about, like, Battle Brothers, and I was like, last week, and I was like, yeah, like, they're trying, I guess, and then looking at it, it was like, they've got, like, tens of thousands of reviews on Steam, they're crazy successful, but I haven't heard anybody talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's really kind of weird, honestly, how bifurcated like the scene is as far as like awareness of different styles of SRPGs go.
I don't know what we're doing here. I'm trying to figure that out.
I feel like you probably want to have Destroyer go in and soften up the guy.
Probably right. But yeah, I just thought that was weird that, like, I hadn't even heard about it yet. Ah, we can't totally reach. We could spin saw 2.
Or you could go down to the left and reach with Spin Saw 1, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, like right there.
the same damage. It's more about just where do I want him to be.
Yeah, my only concern is, like, yeah, you've got, like, 2 different enemies that can really take advantage of your guys being lined up, is all.
So let's just not be lined up.
Yeah, if you can get away with it.
I think we can. I see some outs here. Oh! That's interesting.
Ah, Rending Arc, nice.
Because, yeah, I could do Split Shot and get that kill. And then I could put her here.
Tatiana still needs a promotion, though, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Can she get the kill with a side stab? Or should she maybe go for the Sprigget?
6, 7. I think with Sprint, we can reach that. RPGs thrive on Steam, I think. Not necessarily through viral marketing pushes, but just through people organically browsing the storefronts. For sure. I just am surprised when, like, you know, SRPGs are so what I do. Most of the coverage I see is of Eastern ones. 29. Ooh, will he take extra?
Oh, but that would blow that up. Yeah.
Okay, I think we do that.
And that could potentially stun, too, which would be great.
Let's go for it. Nice.
You love to see it.
Because I don't know what the King Arthur one is at in terms of, like, success level, but I would bet...
I would guess a lot
more than...
A lot less than Battle Brothers.
That's kind of surprising. I would still guess it's more than I would bet.
I mean, could be.
Is that a promo for Gemini?
It sure looks like it.
Alright, Gemini gets Bowmaster, a faster moving, more accurate bowman. Their added speed makes them specialized at harrying the enemy with hit-and-run tactics at medium range. So we get +2 move from that, which is not bad at all. Or Sniper. Accurate bowmen with +1 range on their bow attacks. They excel at long-range attacks using arc shot and longbow to reach behind the front lines. I think we go with Sniper. We're not
That does
really...
seem to be the niche he's kind of fallen into.
Yeah, we're not really hurting for more move. And I like the more attack and more accuracy.
Yeah, alright.
And then there's those weird people in the West who started SRPGs with D&D Warriors of the Eternal Sun. I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. Heard of that one. Warriors of the Eternal Sun. I gotta look that up.
Alright, I've got a really weird... Hang on. I've got a weird
According
idea.
to the internet,
4?
According to the internet, Warriors of the Eternal Sun came out in 1992, which means it did not start the SRPG genre.
Okay.
But that is still very close to the start.
He's not saying it started the SRPG genre, he's just saying people start with that.
Oh, I see.
Like,
Okay.
it's your first one. I don't know if we get this kill or not. If not, we're in a very bad position.
Would I consider Baldur's Gate 3 or Into the Breach to be SRPG adjacent?
Adjacent?
Yeah, sure.
Adjacent for sure.
Like,
But-
it definitely has a lot of the same elements.
Adjacent can do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
So we have 11 strength. We don't kill this, do we?
Hang on a sec. Well, that guy is burning, so you really only need to do a little bit of damage to take them out.
Okay, so we'll do at least a little bit.
But if you leap twice, I still think you would actually just kill outright.
I forgot we could leap again. I was thinking we
Yes.
could twirl and on him and be behind him and then stab him, but you can't attack after you twirl.
Indeed.
So yeah, this is way better. Yeah, we get that just fine.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Nice. Man, she's only level 15. She's so far behind the most leveled characters.
For sure. But, like... Oh,
Uh-oh.
that looked bad. I don't feel like
that's not
she's
great.
fallen off, though. Yeah. We just take a lot of damage now. It's very hard to keep characters alive.
Yeah, I feel like it might be worth starting to make more use of abilities like Hold.
Yeah. We just can't quite reach.
Yeah, that guy's going to be a bit of a problem because that cryokineticist hardened him with frost armor. You might want to start off with Rending Arc just to try to soften him.
I'm wondering if we just try and keep out of his range.
I mean, that too. That would also be a good idea.
Yeah, that's... Well... you can hit me here, though. I think we engine boost just to attack here, to hit that, and then not get hit.
Sure. And that way you can get a backstab too.
Oh, yeah, I sure can. Ah, the reflexes.
Dang. Did not soften, that's too bad.
I'm wondering if we just go for the backstab on him. You know, either way,
Does he have any
we
more-
can check. Because we can flip over
Does
here.
he have more reflexes though?
Let's check either way. Yes,
Okay, that's relevant.
it is.
Because he'll counterattack if he uses reflexes.
I think we just put her in the bush.
Yeah. I think that's probably the safest thing to do with her. Maybe use some awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is good. We're into the breach. Yeah, there's a lot of SRPG, like, adjacent stuff. Let's go.
Nice.
Because a lot of people call stuff like Advance Wars SRPGs, and that to me is just missing the RPG.
Yeah, which you could argue that's adjacent, but that's a little iffy.
I would
in my
say it's
mind.
adjacent. But, yeah, just the RPG is too important. It's just an SG
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah.
You're only missing, like, fully 50% of it. I don't know if that is close enough to be adjacent. Oh,
It's
we should probably take down that Skia Kineticist, I would think,
probably.
with Tatiana.
I would still say it's adjacent, personally. Because to me, that's more adjacent than the one you and I have debated, Unicorn Overlord.
Yeah, fair enough.
634. We only get 2 extra from the stab. That's not a lot.
Yeah, it's because that guy is weak to slash attacks.
Yeah, let's take the 2, I suppose. Okay, so we've done that. Then we can boost to take that.
You know what I think might be worth doing, honestly?
What?
Just putting Destroyer up on the high ground and using Hold to lock down that Cavalier while you finish off the Skia Kineticist.
Can I just do hold like that?
Yep.
I agree. And then I could move here.
You can. Yeah, that's true.
I don't have anything that would do that, right?
I mean, he needs to get a running start to use anything like Charge, and
okay.
he'll be immobilized from the Hold anyway.
So yeah, we're fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but words have meanings, LMAO. Oh, yes they do. but it is tough to convince people of that, I've found. Oh.
Ouch, Destroyer, what the heck?
You could have done that without hitting her. You could have countered with Spin Saw too. I'm glad that didn't kill, at least.
Yeah, that would have sucked.
We get him this turn anyway, so I think it'll be alright. There is no way he lives this.
Yeah.
Let's try and give it to Tatiana, though, for EXP sake.
Tatiana must feed.
Oh, there was the, I'll get my confidence even if I have to take yours from you.
Yeah, that's...
Hey, we get a counter.
Ah, that's cool.
And 81% deface dodge.
Unbelievable.
Okay, we'll just end. Etymology is...
Wow, Tatiana got most damage dealt.
I don't even think you have to go to etymology, it's just... Yeah, like, people just say things. You're up for Tiger League qualifier. I wouldn't have guessed you had it in you. Really? You should have. I don't have to look in my notes for this one. The Tiger League qualifiers on day 8 of... I just keep losing his accent, whatever. The qualifier features 9-member teams, so make sure you've got enough people. Oh, that's a lot. We'll have to make sure we have 9 ready to go. Shortly after you return to your camp, you spy an older woman in a sari? I don't know what that... Sorry, what is that?
It is the attire that she will be wearing when she comes on screen.
That is a great answer. As I'm looking it up. A young man is assisting her, leading her by the elbow. As she gets closer, you realize that you recognize her. Oh, it's the blind woman. Yeah. The boy leads the woman right up to you. She pats him on the shoulder and dismisses him. What was it Malatos called her again? Diane. Dion. You want to be her still?
Might I have a word with you?
Of course. Well, I need to pretend I've not seen you before. No, we'll be nice. Of course, how can I help you?
The servants saw you eavesdropping yesterday. I was curious to know who you might be, so I had them follow you. Mind you, I don't move as fast as I used to. It took me until today to actually come here and talk to you.
Let's not scan the woman that was talking to the most powerful scanner in the country.
Now, if you would be so kind, please tell me who you are and why you were at my home.
Yeah, we'll be honest. I'm investigating the attempt on the Maharaja's life.
Investigating the attack? I see. A terrible business, that.
The reason I'm being honest is because if I lied, or I didn't lie, but if I said I can't tell you that, I think that would be more cause for concern. If somebody was lurking outside my home and I saw them, I would be... I don't know if I would be totally more put at ease if it was they showed me credentials and said I'm a detective investigating a murder, but I would at least be like, at least you're not a murderer, I guess, looking in my window?
Makes sense to me. The Maharaja could be so arrogant and stubborn. I don't envy your position, having to discern which of his many enemies did the deed.
Excuse me, but who are you?
My name is Diane. I once worked at the palace. That is how I know Malatos.
I would have been snarky, like, you're an investigator, why don't you tell me who I am? You weren't doing what?
My former role at the palace isn't important. What's important is what I have to tell you.
Okay.
I know Malatos well. That bitterness, that secretiveness, that's not just for show. Unfortunately, that is who she really is, deep down.
Okay, good to know.
Malatos always had so much promise, but in the end she was incapable of accepting that her choices play a role in how others treat her. In Malatos's mind, everything bad that has befallen her stems from the widespread bigotry against Shadowlings. A bigotry she blames the Maharaja for not addressing. Know this, Malatos may not be in line for the throne, but she is not above taking revenge.
Surely not, like... That would be insane. Like, I don't think the Maharaja can really do anything about that. Like, her killing him for that would be just nuts. I don't think Malatos is that dumb. What are you getting at here?
No specifics, but I suspect she had something to do with orchestrating the attack against the Maharaja.
Do you suspect anyone else? No, that would be a crazy thing to say. You didn't know I was investigating. I don't question why you waited. Are you turning against your friend?
Had have called Malatos friend. A bitter look passes over her face, then turns to sadness. I wish that I still could.
So why are you telling me this?
I'm an old blind woman. Who knows how much time I have left? I don't want to leave this world with regrets.
How do I know I can trust you?
How could you ask such a thing after knowing me all these few long minutes? Real answer, by coming to you with this, I gain nothing, and I risk the ire of the Scanner Corps.
It's a strong point. It is a strong point. Alright, since it's an option, why did you wait to reveal this?
Who would I have revealed it to? I've only just met the investigator. Besides, I wasn't sure until yesterday.
Well, I wish I could ask what happened yesterday. To make you sure. Tell me about your palace a little.
It's not mine. It's the secondary residence for a very rich and powerful gentleman. Giver knows how, but he found something to love in this old bag of bones.
Who is this gentleman?
That is my business, not yours.
I would like to know if it's somebody with a motivated grudge against Malatos, if it's like the Prince Ajit or something. But, okay. Do you think Malatos is jealous of you?
You were there. You saw how she reacted. Will I get a palace when I retire?
You were... I don't know. She was never in line for it, though, like you said, so... Do you suspect anyone else?
Such as?
You have any feelings about the prince?
The prince? She smiles and shakes her head, then takes your hand in hers. Her skin is cool, wrinkled, leathery to the touch. Oh, no. Ajit isn't involved. He loves his brother. You'd be wasting your time investigating him.
You find Dion's certainty extremely persuasive, though you can't say precisely why. You feel a slight itch on your scalp.
I can feel the sunlight growing weak on my skin. It's time for me to return home. I don't want to catch a chill.
I don't fully trust your motives. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Because I think Malatos has seemed trustworthy so far. Everything's pointed to the prince. I think she's the prince's consort. That's what I think. And then her motive for Malatos, I also just don't buy. What is he gonna... What is the Maharaja gonna do? Just make it illegal to talk bad about Shadowlings? Like, that's dumb. Like, there's really nothing you can do about that from a legal sense. That's just not how reality works. So, I just don't think... Malatos is shown to be one of the smartest people around. I just don't think Malatos is involved. And I am doubly suspicious that she is covering for Prince Ajit. That's my gut. I need
Please
to
remember what I said, and good luck.
I need to not be, like, fully committed to the prince. I need to not, like, hone in so much that, like, I am blind to other evidence. But something about this woman is quite fishy to me. I have no idea. All the whodunit goes in one ear and out the other, unfortunately. You gotta watch more Scooby-Doo, man. With that, Dayan calls over the servant and ambles slowly away. A feeling of deep unease takes hold of you. Someone must be lying to you, but who? If Malatos is truly behind this, then what would happen to you if you confronted her? You'll have to be very careful with what you say. I do believe the Maharaja would have the ability to address rampant racism through several things. One could elaborate on this, but I personally think it's reasonable to demand that of your ruler. But how would he do that? Because I think if you start just doing things like banning speech, you just make the ire of the people grow more, which is not what you want.
I mean, like, you could debate whether it's wise or not, but I feel like a king definitely could do it. It would be within his power.
I do think it would be within his power. I just think that it would make everything worse. And Malatos, I think, is smart enough to see that. And then, if you want to say, like, I think you ask the Shadowlings what they want and work from there. But if that's what they want, that will worsen their position. Like, it doesn't totally matter what they want.
Blind Coco says, you can say it, but make it so legally you can get slapped in the face.
Hey man, I watched Detective Conan start to finish and was fine, but all this political stuff I can't handle. Okay, that's way more intense, so never mind. My comment about Scooby-Doo. Also, how long did that take you? Isn't that, like, ridiculously long? I didn't even know it was over. I thought it just was going for thousands of episodes, but... You should start by listening to the council. Well, my thought with this is that the Maharaja has addressed that. Because I was like, if you put me in his shoes, what would I do to improve relations between humans and Shadowlings? I would just go based on merit and appoint a good Shadowling, if they deserved it, to a high position. And then I'm like, well, that's exactly what he did. He found, Malatos and made her the royal scanner because she's badass. So, like, I feel like the people seeing that over time would potentially grow accustomed to that. That would be my thought. I've been enjoying Detective Conan since it was on Adult Swim as Case Closed. Lol, I forgot about that. I stopped watching it after the dub stopped due to nostalgia. That sucks, but I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes and then one of the movies, but it was really good. I should, at some point, I should go through all that and loop on the third, because I know they have a bunch of crossovers. And I really enjoyed both of those. But yeah, I feel like the Maharaja has done what is within his power to do, and like improve their station. Because it also would be weird of Malatos to be like, well, it's frustrating that, like, I faced this, like, bigotry and stuff, but it's like the king handpicked you to represent him as the royal scanner. Like, he has bettered your station. You're above everybody in the city, essentially. Like, so I'm like, I think Malatos is too on top of it for all this. She's got a rapport with me. I trust her a little bit. I just don't know what else he would do.
Point. If you're real lucky, you may get to find out.
There's also the thought that, Again, we're playing soccer with people that have feet. I appreciate that. Another thing that is the case is that Malatos taking him out knows and has stated to me on a couple of occasions that she is not in line for any kind of throne. It would go to Prince Ajit. And is Prince Ajit more friendly to the Shadowlings? Speaking to him the little I have, he doesn't seem like a super chill guy. So I don't trust Prince Ajit. I don't think she would either.
Oh, we have a secret being shared here.
Do you know what keeps me up at night? It's the fear that something soon, perhaps tomorrow, something awful is going to happen to my loved ones, and I won't be strong enough or prepared enough to protect them. That dread is always there, simmering right beneath the surface. It drives me to work hard, which is good. But if it actually came to pass, I doubt that I could live with myself.
That's so interesting.
Suddenly, tears stream down Vermoc's face. She hurriedly wipes them away.
I'm sorry, I just realized that you're sharing things with me as a friend, and it just made me feel really overwhelmed with feelings. It's okay, I'm fine now, honest.
She reacts that way to everything.
She's very sensitive.
Oh, we gotta put Gemini in the clinic.
Before Gemma dies.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from too, Rat Lantern. I just can't, I'm curious if you do have any, like, other ideas other than just ask the Shadowlings what they want. Like, what would you do? If you were the council, how would you advise the Maharaja to proceed? I'm curious too, I've not played all of the Telepath games. Is there more of a beef with the Shadowlings than with the Lysits and the Gargoyles? I can't think of their name.
More of a beef in what sense? Like, is there more tension with them, like, inter-species-wise?
Yes.
You could look in the glossary. The glossary has a lot of info on that.
Let's do that. So I would think that would be under... I know their town, because I did play... They're the Deeper Downs. No, that's the Sprigates, dang it. Oh, wait. The ancient subterranean capital of Sprigatia? The Deeper Downs spent centuries lying in ruins following Sprigatia's defeat and annexation by the Shadowling Empire. Well, that sounds sick. Is that the events of a previous game?
That occurs before the start of Telepath RPG Chapter 1.
Okay.
That's like history by that point.
Because we were at, what's it called? I think that's where we were in RPG Chapter 2.
You did visit the Deeper Downs in Chapter 2, that is true.
I remember that. Many expected a renaissance after Vibra deposits were discovered here, but the resources were extracted with little investment into the area, leaving most of its majority Sprigate population desperately poor and with little hope of bettering their condition. Let's go to the Shadowlands. Is this... no. The Shadow War, Okay, Shadowling. Historically, Shadowlings have had poor relationships with most other species. There have been efforts to rectify this in recent decades. See the Shadowlands. A vast network of tunnels and caverns honeycombing the bedrock beneath the surface of mainland Cerebella. The Shadowlands are effectively a second mainland steeped in deep darkness and stone. Encompassing the ancient homes of both the Sprigates and Shadowlings, historical societies within the Shadowlands include Sprigatia and the Shadowling Empire. However, these nations have since vanished from beneath the earth, with the Shadowlands now being controlled by the Shadowling Republic. We were also at Somnus. A sprawling ancient city carved from stone in gargantuan caverns deep beneath the jagged Exitos mountain range in the northwestern mainland. Somnus is the former capital of the Shadowling Empire and the current capital of the Shadowling Republic. Home to uncountable numbers of Shadowlings and Spriggats, Somnus is the most densely populated city in mainland Cerebella. Is it Cerebella or Carabella?
Cerebella, you have it right.
Okay. Somnus architecture is distinctive for its flowing curved surfaces. The erstwhile Queen's Palace, carved from red marble, towers imposingly above the city center. Although the palace now serves as the seat of the Shadowling Senate, it is a constant reminder of the city's dark legacy. Despite the fall of the Empire, Somnus remains one of the great metropolises of the world, and a seat of formidable power. I will read all of that momentarily. I'm just trying to figure out what.
So there is a category that's just species that you could look at if that's what you're looking for.
Maybe. Oh, I gotta. Region, species. There it was. Sure. Shadowlands. Well, we saw that. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to find what, why do we have so many issues with the Shadowlings? I understand the Spriggats issue with them, because they were conquered by the Shadowlings, and then the Shadowlings took a lot of their resources and left them poorer for it. So...
if you look at species human, I think it might be mentioned there.
Humans can be found most places on the surface of Carabella, and even a few beneath it. Their collective diversity, ingenuity, and ambition have given them the capacity to adapt to nearly any situation, a crucial advantage that has allowed humanity to project power in every domain, and which simultaneously has fueled a seemingly endless series of self-destructive conflicts amongst themselves. Historically, Shadowlings have enslaved and cultivated humans for their susceptibility to negative emotions. Despite sweeping reforms by the Shadowling Republic, ill feelings left over from this history have not all vanished. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Simultaneously, most human governments in the Dundar Archipelago have strained relationships with the Licit, whose lands they have tended to continually encroach upon. So Shadowlings enslaved and cultivated humans for their susceptibility to negative emotions. I assume that has something to do with, like, mentalist stuff or psi stuff?
Shadowlings derive sustenance from negative emotions.
Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah,
That is the psychic predation part of them being psychic predators.
we all know that if Licits, if you enslave and cultivate Licits, they just don't care. They just are like, whatever, man. They don't feel negative about that. I just think that's funny. But that's really interesting. That's quite a beef to settle. And we don't know really how long it's been since that happened.
Yeah, it's not explicitly spelled out. There is a lot more about that in the preceding game, Telepath Tactics.
Yes, which I am excited to play at some point as well. Let's think about the specific issues we know Shadowlings face. The first is a matter of education. When you meet Malatos, you can ask where she is really from. Shadowlings are othered in society due to a lack of knowledge about them in the modern context. For example, not every Shadowling you meet is going to be from the Queen's Lands. No, but when you're different species and stuff, I can understand asking to some extent. I would make some effort to identify how I feel about Kalkarapur. Make a strong statement about inclusion. Malatos got her position out of meritocracy, and does show a strong will from the Maharaja to proceed the rights of his people. But meritocracy alone is often an illusion in our real-world context. People can be judged unfairly and in biased ways that push against their actual chances of getting positions. So I should actually finish reading everything you said and then respond. In listening to what Shadowlings want, I'd make groups within the palace to support hearing through their needs, and similar other councils, for example, licits. I would heavily oppose the people who are saying true Calcariper. They're beyond Anusians. They're trying to make things worse. I mean, they want their vision to come to pass, but I'd make it clear what my vision for Calcariper is. Reviewing my thoughts, I think I do need more information on the kinds of troubles they face. I can certainly project some things relevant to me onto them, but I'm struggling to think of the specifics. There is a lot of people don't trust Shadowlings by default. What can be done about that? Sorry I typed a lot, kind of meandering thoughts. I asked for it, and I think that's really interesting. I'm really into, like fantasy politics and stuff. I think it's really, really fascinating. And Sinister has clearly put a lot of thought into his world, so I think it's worth discussing. I think that if you favor the Shadowlings too much, you risk creating more resentment. Because in this case, it's not coming from nothing. It's not just that they're different, it's that they enslave humans and fed on their negative emotions. Do we know in the canon, Sinister, how long it's been since that?
We do not.
Okay. So, I don't know. It's tough to say how people should react. And we talked about, too, like, the true Calcariper guys last week. I don't really know my thoughts on them because I don't understand... I don't have the full picture of what Calcariper is like, because my immediate reaction was, we have a coliseum, we have like a huge tourism-based economy. What do you mean we need less foreigners? Like, the entire economy appears to be built off foreigners, which I thought was funny. That, and also the fact that he's like, well, they're causing problems, and I'm like, it seems like the biggest problems are currently being caused by people that blend in enough to be fake being part of the Kingsguard. Like, that is our most direct problem at the moment. And if they were all Shadowlings, we would have, like, shot them down really easily. We would have noticed that. But yeah, it's a really tough thing. I also don't know how good, other than, why can I not think of her name now? Malatos. Other than Malatos being appointed, I don't really know how good of a Maharaja the current one is. We're kind of just trying to protect him and figure it out because he's the rightful ruler. I don't know if he's doing a good job. I just know Prince Ajit, the way that he looks at me with that face, like with the eyebrow up, I'm like, you're not a good dude. I just don't trust him. We're really just going off of what everybody says. Like, if Manbeer is full of crap, I am totally screwed, right? Because I'm kind of going off of Manbeer as the authority a little bit. The reason I trust Malatos above everybody else is just because Malatos has not... You're right, and I didn't think about it before, but I'd totally like to know more about how and why this Maharaja is respected. He made a cool first impression, for certain. He did. But, like, I'm just kind of going off the first person that treated me kindly. And that was the Maharaja and Manbir Raksha. But they could totally be steering me in the wrong direction. But Malatos has not been super kind to me, but she has not really BS'd me, I feel. Real quick, do we have 9 characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we do. We have 9 that we could potentially use, with Ilaria as a backup. And Ilaria is really behind, but her, like, Blaze 2 is quite powerful to bust that out. So I think we're gonna be okay. Sorry to have the huge diversion into fantasy politics for a minute, but I just think it's really interesting. Is there anything... That's quite strong. Plus 10 damage to golems. Bypasses resistances. I think we just buy that because it's really good.
Yep.
Let's see. I've said before too, I'm very into like Mobile Suit Gundam lately, and that is another thing that is very, very fantasy politic-y that I think is just really fascinating. So I just am a sucker for that kind of stuff. What does Jafar have currently? Can you equip orbs? How do I see his masteries?
He can, and he does not have one.
I mean, that seems quite good.
What about Ilaria? Does she have an orb equipped? I feel like she does, right?
Yeah, it's giving her a lot of extra health.
Yeah, okay.
Buy that because it's rare. And we're good. That sounds like a good idea. Let me remember, there's Dragon Drop. You picked that up, and you don't need that. Let's just go through people real fast. Yeah, because she's getting plus 16 health from her orb.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
I would agree. Who's more behind? I think... Was it Brahmak or Tokay?
I think Ilaria's your lowest level character, followed by Brahmak.
I just meant between these two. So let's give Brahmak the Masterful Mace. Because she needs that a little bit more. And then we can give him the Flail. And that gives him more dodge. Or I keep thinking that it's a man because he's shirtless. Alright, anybody else pick stuff up that they don't need? Yes, you did. Okay, you're equipped. Your spear's about to go.
Bifocals, if he's not wearing them, Ilaria could probably use those.
Okay. He might need a better spear. Let me see what we have for that after I finish checking people. You're okay. Surely we can get you a better knife, too. Alright, let's take another look. I'm biased against these spears that take energy and stuff. The knives is just not a very high... It's just not a very high attack
Well, that's
weapon.
featherweight, so that's not going to do much. That is... Unbreakable. Oh.
Oh.
See, what's cool about that is when you get an unbreakable weapon like that, you can just sort of keep stacking on whetstones to create a super weapon over time.
Let's do that. It's almost like you could have developed this. You're smart.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. And then I have whetstones. So let's do that.
Mahane says, if you like fantasy politic-y stuff, I can recommend Log Horizon. If you haven't already seen it, it's an isekai, but a lot of the first season is focused on learning how to make the world, quote, work.
I have not seen
Lantern
it.
says, Rat Lantern says, Log Horizon is a delight. The emotional swelling of the music, the rising of the tension, all to reveal that we need to hold a general election.
I usually don't love isekai because I feel like none of it's real is kind of the thing. But I did Sword Art for a little while. And Log Horizon kind of... And I enjoyed Season 1. And part of Season 2. I think that Sword Art just kind of, based on what it is, got... I think it kind of put itself in a category where it's like, I don't think you can meaningfully make this story keep going. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But Log Horizon seems like just the better version of that, knowing nothing about it. You get a half raise. Yep, free reign. But yeah, I would potentially try that. Oh god. Hey, I've been thinking. I'm going to call you Kushi going forward. Not a problem, right?
You're funny. It's just a nickname. No need to make a whole production out of it.
Friendship ended with the golem. Friendship began with Ohm. Oh yeah, we didn't get you a spear. Yeah, we do need to fix your spear. Battle, battle, battle. It's all such a drag, don't you think? I could die any day. And it'd... Random capitalization there. And it'd be nice if I had some lap stews to take my mind off it. The way they fill you up with warmth on a cold night, it would really make for a welcome respite. Oh, she cries again. Sword art. It popularized the genre for sure, but it is so poorly written harem slop. Jesus can do no wrong, Kun. Yeah, it definitely... I don't think it was that at the start, but it definitely feels like it becomes that. And I liked dot hack growing up. So I'm not opposed to the, like, stuck in the video game thing, or you die in the game, you die in real life. But I just didn't think that I don't know how many seasons Sword Art is on, but it felt like you could do that for, like, 2 seasons max. 3, maybe. But aren't they on, like, season 5 or 6 now or something in, like, different games? And I'm just like, I don't know. Avoid strenuous activities today? Okay, I think we discuss with Malatos today. I think that's what we do. Yeah, and then we still have a little bit more time to go to the shop one more time to try to find something for home. Log Horizon is less about being stuck in the video game and more the game world has become real and this is your new reality. Oh, hey, Adrian. Log Horizon is about what if you were friends with a 40-year-old who pretended to be a Catman online and was a great chef? Okay. I don't know if that sells me more or less.
Life goals to me, though.
The thing I liked, like, you can tell me if it's the same for Log Horizon. The thing I liked about, like, the politics of, say, Gundam, for example, is that everybody kind of has an argument. People have opposing goals, and that is why they come into conflict with each other. And sometimes good people do bad things, and sometimes bad people do good things. And so that's what, to me, makes it really interesting, is that very few people are written outright as, that is a bad guy. A lot of them, it's, I can see your point, but I still have to fight you because your goals just intersect with mine and they're not compatible with each other, and that's just how life is. And I think that's really compelling. By which I mean season 1 of Log Horizon is one of my favorite anime seasons. Season 2 is a little more mid. I haven't watched season 3 yet. There's a lot of that with Log Horizon, especially between the player characters and the NPCs. Interesting.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, y'all, like, I respect y'all's opinions, so if y'all are this high on it, like, yeah, I'll probably watch season 1. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I've been looking for a new anime to watch with my wife, so I may put this on my list as well.
I mean, I'm always going to recommend Gundam as well. I started with the Origin, which is like the prequels. So I would recommend starting with that, because a lot of people will want to kill me for saying that, but I just... If you are really outside of it, and you don't know the Luke, I am your father moments, then I think it's really cool to start with that.
Okay, interesting.
You return to the... Oh, and there's a TV version and a movies version. I would do the movies version.
Okay, noted.
You return to the palace. It is time to get some answers from Malatos about her motives and her relationship to Dion. Sorry for the long aside. As you enter the palace foyer, a guard walks up to you. He motions for you to stop and opens his mouth to speak. Abruptly, however, he freezes, a faraway look in his eyes. Wordlessly, he beckons for you to follow. Within minutes, you have arrived back at the secret entrance to the Palace Mentarium. Malatos' voice echoes in your head as you pull back the tapestry and enter the room.
A question before. Who besides myself could have mind-controlled Gundeep Kulasa and forced him to open the armory?
Yes, I remember that.
Well, now you know the answer. Diane.
We'll not play dumb. She doesn't seem to like you.
Most people don't.
But she chose you to succeed her, didn't she?
She looks surprised at your recall of that detail. Yes.
So what happened?
The mind has a boundless capacity for rationalizing antipathy when self-interest dictates.
I will catch up on chat after this, I promise. I think that's a great line, just by the way.
The mind has a boundless capacity. That one?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
What was that place she's living in?
Now you're asking the right questions. That place is a summer palace, one belonging to Prince Ajit.
You don't say. It's almost like I was suspecting that. Because, yeah, I'm like nearby this palace, enough for me to get on foot. Who could possibly have another whole palace? It's gotta be the royal family. So she's in a romantic relationship with Prince Ajit.
That is what she implied, yes.
I don't care about age gaps like that. Is it normal for those two to be in a relationship?
Ha! No. Royal marriages are for useful political alliances. Foreign rulers, powerful Dacian houses. Diane offers neither, and she is certainly not an appropriate choice for a concubine.
Do you think he loves her?
What I think doesn't matter. It's what Diane thinks.
And what does she think?
Diane is one of the few people I cannot scan. I don't know if she genuinely thinks he loves her, or if she's content to be used in exchange for a comforting illusion. Either way, the result is the same.
Well, how is she being used?
Don't be dense.
Well, no, I think that is a good question. Are they, like... Are you implying they're sexually involved? Because I would think that it would be... As a I keep thinking mentalist is like the catch-all. I would think as a Psi user, she's being used somehow. But that would be quite, notable. I would want to know how Malatos thinks she's being used in that way. But she may just not know. You resent everybody. I think I'm just going to say Dion came and spoke to me.
Yes, so she did. I am not at all surprised that she sensed you eavesdropping.
She implicated you.
More accurately, she knows she's a suspect now and hopes to pin it on me. Amazing job tipping her off, by the way.
I mean, I didn't know she existed before this, so I'm not going to feel that bad about it. Why would she be a suspect?
Because she is capable of mind-controlling Gundeep Kulasa. We've already covered this.
I have a motive for you now as well.
You think I have a motive now?
You resent the Maharaja for not ending discrimination.
Ridiculous.
I also think this is ridiculous. Is it? Do you deny that you suffer discrimination here?
I do not deny that, no.
Do you not deny that the Maharaja allowed that?
I admit, the Maharaja could have done more to address discrimination against shadowlings, and I do resent the way we are treated here. But that is all. I did not plot against the Maharaja.
No. I wish I didn't even have to say that to her, because I'm like, I do trust her.
Think, who had something to actually gain from the Maharaja's death? Prince Ajit is supporting Diane in secret.
I don't think it's in secret. She lives in his palace. I mean, you are making... What makes you say that?
Must connect every last dot for you. She is living in Prince Ajit's summer palace. She says that Prince Ajit loves her. If the Maharaja dies, Prince Ajit assumes the throne. Are we really having this conversation?
Look, I'm an investigator. I'm not that stupid. I know you're not that stupid, but you gotta put your cards on the table so I can put my cards on the table. That's just how this works. Are you making a formal accusation against the prince?
I would never. Not without strong evidence of guilt. The sort of evidence that might be uncovered by, oh, I don't know, a royal investigator, perhaps.
If only you knew one of those.
All right, look, I'm going to do you a favor. I am going to arrange for Diane to be away from the summer palace.
Okay.
This will give you a limited window to search the place without tipping off Prince Ajit.
Okay. I'm trusting you. It's not a setup. I think there's something to find, and I'm not going to refuse. Where should I search, do you think?
I would start wherever you might normally find furniture containing letters or documents. The bedrooms, say, or a study.
That's smart. Okay. What if I don't find anything?
If you find nothing, then you will be forced to rely on logic and reason to draw the right conclusions. Now, won't you?
I agree. When will this happen?
Simply reach out to me with your mind whenever you are ready. But make sure you're truly ready. You won't get a second chance at this.
I'll do it. As you leave the Mentarium, you find yourself mulling over the facts once more. Is Malatos telling you the truth? She called that place the Summer Palace, claiming that it belongs to Prince Ajit. But what if she was lying? Perhaps Dayan truly is in league with Prince Ajit, or perhaps Malatos is simply luring you into a trap. You will have to decide whether or not to follow Malatos' plan. I trust her. And if that palace belonged to somebody else, like Manbir Raksha, I would have been like, oh, my whole world is upside down. But this all just confirms what I'm already thinking. So that makes me feel like I'm on the right track. Kushbu is attacked by a wild animal and suffers minor wounds. Goodness. If she had low health, could that have killed her?
I don't think so.
Okay. I wondered if you had a clause in there that cannot go below 1. Yeah, your weapon is a problem, but I also don't have a lot of money right now, which is also a problem.
Antipathy is my vocab word of the day.
It is a good word. Log Horizon isn't quite that deep, but it is interesting. But a major, like 45% of Season 1, is a political meeting. Well, it sounds like I may enjoy that then. But in a good way.
Oh, you've got the qualifier tomorrow.
To catch up on chat real fast before we get into something else. Season 3 IMO is a drop in quality due to Funimation picking up dubbing, and Funimation is a crap company run by crap people, pardon my French. I do subs over dubs anyway. So not too much of a factor. Just a general recommendation though, if you haven't seen Mob Psycho, it skyrocketed to my #1 favorite anime and I adore it. I have heard very good things. I would also check that out. Remind me later, or I'll just try to remember because I've got a long list I'm going through, but I will remember that.
There's something about the name Mob Psycho that makes me not want to watch it, but if you say it's that good, I'll look into that too.
I've had a lot of friends tell me it's quite good. Nailed it. Good guess, Nihil. Thank you. I feel like Sinister did this crazy thing I'm not used to, because one of the last like mystery things I got really invested in was Game of Thrones. Sinister does this crazy thing where you can piece things together and it like makes sense. Crazy.
What? Mind blown.
It feels like he wants me to solve it, or like have the possibility of solving it. Within minutes of entering Kelkariper, your breath abruptly catches. Men in orange have surrounded someone, yelling. They have left no route for escape. Violence appears imminent. The orange was the... This was the... like...
The BPD.
Yes, thank you. It will take 2 characters to intervene. If you do, they won't be available again until evening. What will you do? I don't know what the motive is again. Normally for me, I would not intervene without knowing what's happening. But we will intervene, because violence on the streets is just generically not good. Who will you send? Well, they respected Kushbu. So let's send Kushbu. Because maybe she can talk them down. And then we need somebody to be muscle. Is Ohm also Dasayan?
He is, yes.
Okay, I think we send Ohm, because he maybe could also talk them down, and is also muscle. If Ohm was standing behind somebody with his arms folded, like, I feel like it would be like, this is a big dude. You have 2 characters assigned to protect people from violence and harassment by the Brigade of Patriotic Dasans. They will be gone until this evening. Proceed? Yeah, I think we do that. They head off to deal with the situation. I hope I get to see it. End investigation? Whoa. Dang, a lot's happening.
You have the option to do that. You don't have to. You
I'm
can
not.
Investigate more before, yeah.
Yeah, we are absolutely investigating more. My main problem is Ohm doesn't have a good weapon. And we have the qualifier tomorrow.
You also have very little money.
Yeah.
So, like, you could labor to get some money and then go to the shop.
I am more tempted than I've ever been. But we won't get that money immediately, will we?
No, you will.
I think we go with what we have. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to go in with less energy, and I'm expecting Ohm and Kushbu to use some now. So I think we just shop and leave twice, and then
okay.
I'm fully.
You could also just like
battle here.
You could sell stuff at the shop too, just to get more money.
Do it, you won't, Maine. You're right, I won't. I'm not going to just go in with not enough because Malatos, I think, is right. We need evidence, and we don't have anything solid enough against Prince Ajit. I can't point at the sitting prince and be like, I am fairly certain you did a thing, even though I can't prove it. That's not very compelling. Well, now I want that.
Mob Psycho isn't what it sounds like. It's about, well, telepathy. It's on brand for me. All right. Well, now I'm interested. Mob Psycho is about a very good lad who tries really hard to be an even better lad, and how that influences people around him to be better too. Body improvement, fight on. Okay, all right. I'm sold. I'll look into it. You don't have a sword fighter, do you?
No. But that's 5, and
So
it's
that's
really good. So I'm like, I'll hang on to it in case we get one.
Wow, yeah, that's so cheap. I wonder why that sells for so little.
Yeah,
That's like a good sword.
All our weapons are 5.
Okay, I'm gonna make a little note of that. That sounds kind of like a bug.
Okay. I just assumed that was intentional.
No, it is not.
Well, that's good to know. Oh, the claws are 39.
Okay.
So whatever it is, it's not affecting claws. That bow is 270, which I need to give to Gemini. It might be that somebody has held these before. Oh, you know what it is? I think this came from being grabbed in the arena.
Yeah, that shouldn't change that though.
And that I bought.
I wonder if yeah. I wonder if I like made a change at some point that like shifted where the value attribute is stored in the serialized version of items. But yeah, I don't know. I'll take a look.
Oh wait, Gemini's out right now, so I can't give him the nice bow anyway. It even tells you have very little money for shopping. You know you're making the right choice when you get hit with 2 warnings before you say yes.
You could buy some energy pills, I mean, or some focus pills.
I could. I have those, though.
Oh, okay.
I'm all set. Alright, let's see what happens tonight. I'm worried about Kushbu and Ohm. Ohm and Kushbu have returned from protecting Townsfolk. That's all I get? I don't get, like, any context for that? Dang, I really wanted more context for that. I assume maybe I get context later?
I don't want to say anything.
Okay. Little money, yes. The arena should. I assume every time we move up in the arena, we make more money, so I'm assuming that's going to happen again.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous, to be honest. It's time for
Time for a Snow Leopard League Rumble! The challengers, Nihil's Merc Corps, brand new this year and rising through the ranks like fire through parchment!
Here's your cue. Good luck. Luck's got nothing to do with it, friend. Let's go. I'm actually nervous, though, and we're in snow, huh? You got a promoted golem, too. Got a swords master. What are you? Oh. That's not what you want to see. There's a switch. Oh, we've got to be spread out in such a lame way. Well, that sucks. Alright, Oh, is Little Money a reference to something? So I can put Friana in one of these. I think that's gotta happen. If Jimmy were alive, I could put him. I don't know what this does. I'm wondering if it's gonna pop up a bridge here. Let's put Destroyer as our front. I think we put Ohm here. Jafar kind of at the side. No, there. Because I need somebody to go down and deal with this guy, because he's going to be shooting, yeah, grape shot and poison bolts and all sorts of nonsense at us. Kushbu could help with that. That's an explodey tree. I like that as a first play, blowing him up and blowing up the explodey tree to burn him and then maybe get something else. I think we need Jafar at a different spot, because I think we're going to need to send more. I think we put Tatiana here, actually.
Tatiana might actually be a good candidate for one of the outer spots, because she can leap.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Tatiana here, because then she could just leap over and go get that guy. Little Money is notorious from an early FFT cutscene. Ah, I see.
Okay.
By the way, I posted a lot about that to my Discord last night, if y'all haven't checked that yet. The dev, it's one of the, I think it's the writer, is doing his best to explain to people what is up with that. And he's doing, I think, a pretty good job. But he's doing a lot that I think Square should have already done. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 more. So yeah, we'll put Jafar here. And then we get 1 more. Brahmak or Ilaria? I don't love either of our options. I guess we just throw Brahmak there. Yeah. Alright. Here we go!
Meant saving in an alternate... Okay, or not.
It was a little slow on that, but...
Oof, starting in the middle with a third of their team scattered? That's a tough break. I almost feel bad for them.
Don't. They brought this on themselves. They have no business vying for Tiger League. Oh, Nihil's Merco, we're going to rip you apart.
Throw the switch to activate bridges. Good to know. Alright, I like this as an opening play. Oh, I gotta be 1 closer. I feel good about that, don't you?
Almost. The only problem is that she is standing on a bridge tile, so if that doesn't stun, and that guy gets a chance to do a powder bolt, she could drop Kushbu directly into the chasm beneath that bridge.
How much health does the bridge have? 30. Yeah. My thought is we're gonna leap across here and sidestab, and so this guy's not long for this world, is my thought.
Oh, I don't... 81 health? If the stun doesn't take, then it's a problem. You could just
Move up 1 more.
grape shot the tree and it would still be the same, basically.
But I could move up 1 more and just do it, yeah?
That is also true.
And then I'm not in worry of that.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay. Stun went off.
Ah, nice. Okay.
By the way, I meant to ask for a while, but how do you come up with names? It's been on my mind since I saw Tremolo Phalanges in Telepath Tactics Liberated.
How do I come up with names? I don't know. I just think of stuff.
In
Tremolo Phalanges. So that's like trembling fingers, right? I just kind of envisioned like this thief kind of reaching for someone's money pouch with trembling fingers. It just kind of fit, in my mind.
Do you think we go for this guy, or do we just move her all the way up and start on the Drake?
Sorry, I go for who?
Tatiana.
The Drake.
I could do this too, because we haven't done that.
Oh, yeah. Might be a good idea.
Oh, I can only use one per turn. Okay.
So what I would do first is probably do. Well, actually, hang on. What does that Sprigget have down there? Does that Sprigget have dive?
No.
Oh, but it has kinetic gust. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you don't want to be standing directly in front of that chasm.
I was gonna move
So
down to
maybe.
here.
No, I was just thinking, like with the destroyer, maybe like spin saw 2 to start off on that Drake.
Yeah, you're right though that we. Well, I could move here.
Yeah,
How far does that push us? One space.
just one space, thankfully.
You have shove as well. That would require a lot of coordination from them. Are they that coordinated?
Mahane says, "Wait, Tokay promoted? When did that happen?" I believe that happened last episode.
Yeah, it was end of stream last week. Because you partly because you like Tokay so much, I was like, yeah, let's promote her. Plus, the 74% dodge is kind of great.
Oh, I forgot that Tokay had a steam thopter. We could have stuck her in one of the spots in the
dang
corners.
it, you're right. Do you? No, you don't. Dang. Yeah, that would have been smart. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, let's see. Tokay has sprint, but that's not quite enough to get up to the Sprigget and the Hustle over there. Destroyer, if Destroyer uses engine boost, that is enough to get in a safe position to attack the... Is that a Drake or a Worm? Well, the promoted Varadid over there.
It's a Drake.
The Drake. But that's about it. Everyone else is out of position to really help out.
Are they smart enough to double shove me?
Probably not. I'm pretty sure the AI doesn't coordinate quite to that level.
Okay.
Particularly not on a lower setting like we're playing on here.
%62's not great.
It's not the best. That guy's pretty dodgy.
Alright, well, I think we go for it. Nice.
Okay. Nice.
And then our base dodge is 91. So I'm like, I feel like throwing her out is fine.
Yeah, and there's no enemies with mental attacks there, so she should be fine, I think.
So I can do that, or... We don't kill that guy anyway, so let's just go for this. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to twirl into that.
Oh, that would be fun.
So I think we awareness and then twirl.
Okay.
Because, yeah, now we wall this off. And she has, like, a decent amount of priority, it seems like. They go for her a lot. So that would be kind of fun. I kind of just want to fully pull right and not deal with this yet.
I think that's honestly a smart way to go. Like, the left side is... Like, trying to deal with both sides at once is a problem.
Yeah.
One thing you might consider is throwing up a solid state shield to kind of wall off a little more.
Oh, I forgot we had that. Yeah, let's move Ohm here. We'll get Tokay down here, maybe. Operator to here, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just worried about where Jafar is standing because can that Sprigget reach and use a kinetic gust?
Yes, but he's not...
Yeah.
I'm not done with Jafar yet.
Okay, cool.
Maybe Operator there?
Man says that's what I get for going to bed early, I guess.
I mean, I would not call when any of us went to bed that night early. That was like really late.
It was. I worry about Kushbu a little bit. She's not in range of too much. Maybe she'll be fine.
Does that Drake have sprint though?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I thought maybe I'd heal Kushbu.
One thing you could do is move Jafar up and just wall it off with the solid state shield so that she can't even get attacked.
I can't do that and have him not be in push-off range.
Oh shoot, you're right.
So I think he has to be here. But he has Kanto,
Dang.
so I can heal and then Kanto.
Does he?
Because she's not hugely durable. Oh, whoops. Never mind. Crap.
No worries. Operator could just shove him up his face.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And then... I don't really want you in range of everything.
Where can that swordsman reach? That's my question.
Not that far.
Okay.
I think we do move her in a little bit, because if she's the only one attacked, I think that's okay. Alright, let's go for it. Brilliant.
Can't make up his mind.
Ah, I see. Okay, that was smart. Nice. I didn't check what her dodge was here. It's probably insane. Yeah, Tatiana.
It might actually be a...
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's actually 100%.
Does that really
In the
just make
grass
her
there.
untouchable?
That depends on the accuracy of the opponent and whether they're using mental attacks. If they're using mental attacks, nothing makes her untouchable. It's just gonna hit.
That makes sense. Well, he is now in the range of Jafar, and we've seen that is not good.
Indeed.
Okay, let's do a little save here. Okay.
So I feel like Tatiana's a really good candidate for knifing that Sprigget.
Immobilized. That's annoying.
Like, Kushba could probably take out that, well, maybe not. Yarbalist is kind of tanky.
How do we fare here? Just so I know. Not quite as well as I'd hope. Oh, I could go... Well, I'd put myself in throw-off range, but I could throw him off.
Yeah. I mean, if there's anyone you're going to make a sacrificial play with, though, like a golem is the one to do it with. Because they cannot permanently die.
Oh, they can't?
Nah.
I didn't know that. That's important.
It's true.
Okay. I don't know. I'm kind of happy with Tatiana just holding the line there.
Yeah, that's it.
I hate that he can't move.
Yeah, that's not great.
Toke could fly and move 1, 2, 3, 4, and sprint. 5, 6, 7. But I don't know that I can get her into a good position. This guy's also going to wake up this turn, so I've got to get rid of him.
Yeah.
24.
Am has javelins, right?
Yeah.
So he's immobilized and he's the furthest away, so maybe he should start off.
Oh, that has more range than I thought. Could do that. No.
I would not advise that.
Yeah, that seems not good. I do think we might impale, though, just to do 5 extra damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stone Golem's honestly worrying me because where Am is standing, the Stone Golem could engine boost and just throw him into a chasm.
Yeah, he's gotta go. I'm just trying to figure out how.
Like, even if you had Jafar throw up a solid state shield, that would only wall off one of 2 different ways the Golem could go to toss him.
Alright,
like
let's just toss him. And if that's how Operator goes, he served us well. I could fly over and get into that grass and start that guy. And that would also give us crazy dodge.
That is true.
Pretty tempting. How do you fare if I put you here? That gets that kill. That's something.
That's not nothing.
What has greater accuracy, attacking or shoving? Or is it the same?
It's the same. They both have, by default, 100% accuracy.
Okay. I can't attack that guy that way, I guess. So yeah, I think we just do that.
Makes sense to me.
Hey, dodge for our goal. Yeah, and then we can't kill that guy this turn, I don't think. But we can get closer.
It's not looking super great on that front. Unless Tatiana can finish.
She probably can, but I worry moving her out of the grass.
That would only put her at 84% dodge instead of 114%.
Maybe we just do it.
How much health does that guy have?
18.
18. Yeah, I feel like she could just barely do that. Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna have to fly regardless. How much energy do we have? Kind of a lot. Let's fly. And then that gets us there. Or there. If I sprint, I don't know how much it would add. If it adds 3...
It would be enough. I think it would add 2.
Okay.
Because it's 40% of your base move.
Then I could also
and Tokei's
get
base
here.
move is 5. That is true.
But I think I like Tokei going and starting that more. What do you think?
That will give you more options for dealing with the kineticist after the kineticist inevitably dunks Operator into a chasm.
That's kind of my thought.
You could maybe go for a cripple to try to immobilize the swordsman.
Do you want to do that or weakened?
I guess it kind of depends on the play, because, like, I'm thinking ahead, right?
Oh wait, I have
if
a
you go for
dumb
the
play.
kineticist. Ooh, okay.
I could shove 2 and then dive.
Yeah, actually, that would be really funny. The only problem is, does that kineticist have gravity spike?
I wouldn't be over the chasm, so it wouldn't matter, would it?
Not necessarily. I mean, it would still deal a bunch of damage. But then again, that would be in lieu of just outright killing Operator, so maybe it's fine. Potentially even better than that, you could have her just motivate Toke and have Toke shove again.
Oh. Alright. Nice. Great level.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I like that idea. I forgot we had a dancer.
She's your flying breath attack having dancer.
Yep, and then shove again.
Whoa,
No,
not
not that one, yep.
Left two.
I see. I read before I did it.
There you go. Nice.
There we go. Toke supremacy. Toke has been very good. Now we gotta figure out what to do with Jafar. I could go up here to block.
Yeah, but I don't know how successful that would be. You're dealing with someone who can use levitate.
Oh, true. So, is that 2 range? No, it's not.
Now, if you had gone for the other promotion, the hard shielder, you could have thrown up a barrier and then just kept going and done some other stuff.
I'm wondering if we just heal Kushbu.
I feel like healing is probably your best option. I would just be real careful about where you leave Jafar, though, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of threats.
I don't know, do we...
That woman, too,
Yeah.
might have True Shaft, which could be a problem.
There's problems all over. Maybe we go here?
That might be a good spot, yeah.
And then we...
Oh, you could do Big Shield.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
To heal both of them up. Because then if he dies this turn, we've at least topped off 2 of our important characters. And the bridge, importantly. So yeah, I think we do move out of here and just kill that guy.
Yeah.
I think that's too good to pass up.
I knew they'd finally get me sooner or later.
Padmavati is a great name.
I agree.
19, one more. Oh, quick twirl.
Quick twirl.
Okay.
Quick twirl is twirl, except she can just keep doing stuff afterwards.
Then you're here. Do that and just chill. If all you do for a little bit is eat arrows, that is helpful still. Yeah, you did say that might happen. But that's not too bad.
Been a lot worse. Oof.
We are alive.
Nice.
That is the important thing.
That does help a lot.
Ah, one shot at Brahmak.
Damn.
Lock? No, who did this? I'm gonna tear them to pieces!
Alright, Brahmak didn't die by too much though, so she should be okay.
Yeah, I think she'll be alright.
For a second, that looked like it said Gripple, and I was like, what is that?
It's when you need to get a grip, but only a little bit. Just a grip.
I could throw you into the explodey tree. I don't think it would kill you though.
Oh, that would hurt Toke, though. If you destroy the exploding tree.
True. Maybe we just move...
If you don't, then...
Well,
Well, okay, so hang on. If you toss the enemy kineticist into the exploding tree, they'll take collision damage. The exploding trees have spikes, so they'll also get spike damage. and then they'll be next to Tokei, so Tokei could probably pin it.
Smart. I like that.
So that's actually a good move.
Let's do it. Nice. Ramak got truly shafted. She did her job well, though. She served us well. I have 0 complaints.
Poor Brahmak.
You can get that kill, which is great.
Do we want to, like... Does she have any bandages?
Yeah, everybody does. I have made sure.
Okay.
You have any with less uses? You have more than anybody else. Yeah. That's not great. Oh, I could just make sure.
Probably...
I get it and just shove 2.
Oh. That is true.
There we go. Waste.
You could, you know, I think Freyana could try blinding that Gig Kineticist. If that works, that would be very helpful.
Well, I could do that, or I could motivate Operator.
Ooh, you're right! That's even better. Go for it.
I think this is the second game I've played that gave me a Flying Dancer. The first being, I forget what it is. It was one of those SRPG studio games. And it was crazy. It was a Wyvern Rider.
Wait, say again. A flying what now?
Dancer.
You had a Wyvern Rider dancer?
Yes. Those games get kind of goofy.
Wait, which game was that?
It was an SRPG studio, so it was either Legend of Cena or it was Felnarian Tactics.
Oh, okay.
Because they use, I remember,
Yeah,
the
that's pretty
reason I
wild.
can't remember is they use the default assets.
Gotcha. Okay, so if you smash, that will... Oh yeah, that guy's super dead. But how?
Ya done, son. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to just do this now. And then I can move... Oh, this guy just dies. What am I doing? I need to not overcomplicate this. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Can move now, right? Oh yeah. There
Yeah.
You go. Nice.
I wish you could go fight that guy. Do you have shove? You probably do. Yeah, you would hit that, so that's maybe not good.
Well, you know, you have someone with quick twirl now.
True, I should use that. Actually, it'd be better to leap and attack from high ground, wouldn't it?
Well, here's the thing though. If you quick twirl, that'll move that guy such that Destroyer could get off a rending arc on both of them, I believe.
Ah, okay, yeah. I'm not used to that being an option. Yes, that's quite good. If he hits.
If he hits.
Nice.
So you just have to make sure that neither of them can... You know what? I would just have Tatiana leap so that neither of them is in a position to shove Destroyer.
You're smart. And then I think we get rid of that one.
Sure.
Let me see if I can get rid of the other one in some way. Do you have sprint? No.
Oh, but he does have javelin. Wait, hang on. The Gasul is more hurt. Maybe he could take out the Gasul.
There we
He
go.
goes down. Oh, nice. Okay, there you go. Perfect.
Stab, stab. Y'all are all good. Y'all are all good as long as you don't get shot. I need to just not be in a line so they can't shoot us into each other. I think that's what we need. And they got one guy left.
Can that guy get... Hang on. Can he reach there with True Death?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely don't want him standing with his back to the jagged ice spikes.
Okay.
Yeah, that might actually be the best spot for him.
I was thinking that, and I was like, can I put a solid state shield to here? That would be funny. But alas, it's too far. Yeah, we'll do that. That was not a great last move. Oh, thank you. That actually was not super far away from me. I mean, sure, we'll just do that and then grab it. Sweet.
Oh no, Tokei's sick.
What?
She has a fruit allergy.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure we heal a little bit before we go into the next battle.
Man says, foolish kineticist, gravity works for Tokei now.
Oh, that's a lot of stuff.
SRPG studio games are always wild. That is often the case. Man says there's either fairly decent or absolute Valnarian tactics. There's no in between. That seems to be more or less the case.
Speaking of fairly decent, did you ever get that guy's book? No! I need to do that. Thank you for the reminder. I need to be better about following up on things I say like that.
Rat Lantern says, quick twirl assassins are the best.
They do seem to be.
They do open up a lot of tactics you can use, which is nice.
What is still on the ground? A lot. Okay, you can split that together. I want to grab all the things. Do you have any kind of shove? You don't. I want her to get this. Well, how far away from leveling are you?
Oh, she's about to promote.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I want her to get the kill. How much do you do? 38. Before I forget...
Oh, nice.
And now that does 40. Nice. Yeah, we can, between the two of you, we can get that. I don't think anybody else is in need of promotion that bad. Got that. A stabby. Yeah, you get it now. Cool.
Yes.
Doesn't look like there's anything else we can grab. Right? No. So, let's get it.
Do you want to end it this turn?
No, we definitely... I'm not gonna take my chances. 90% dodge.
Wow.
Bruh. Just like we followed up on translating FDK2, I'm aware. Yes, I've been thinking about that lately. I need to get more into that as well. So talking about giving a kill to get ready to promote, winging a conversation from Griff's stream over to here, how do you two feel about per map EXP versus traditional per action EXP? What, just you clear the map and then you get EXP across all your people?
I think there's something to be said for per map EXP, but I really like per action
I do too.
EXP because it's much more... There's just so much more like granularity and so many more interesting decisions to be made as far as allocating experience as a resource.
Yes, and also I think one of the best things about the genre is leveling up and having a great level up screen with flashing lights and sounds. It's like winning the my dopamine brain likes that because it's like seeing a jackpot in a casino. And when you do per map, I just don't have that same hit. It's not quite as exciting.
Yeah, that is also a good point. It impacts the game feel negatively.
So, Blackguard, a stronger than regular assassin, easily taking out weak characters behind the front lines. Blackguards gain throwing knife mastery, allowing them to attack from outside melee range before closing in for the kill. Does that mean all knives become throwing?
No, it means they can equip a throwing knives kind of the way can equip javelins.
Okay. Well, we just got a crazy
But-
other thing.
But I believe throwing knives don't end the turn when you use them, if I remember right.
So I could do that and stab with my regular knife?
Exactly.
Ooh. Or Whisper, which would get us a new skill. Hide. Be hidden to the enemy until user's next turn. Doesn't end the turn. Whispers are even more mobile and agile than regular assassins, easily taking out weak characters behind the front lines. Whispers gain Hide, allowing them to temporarily evade detection behind enemy lines. I could have 105% base dodge, which is insane.
That is really pretty ludicrous.
I kind of just want to do that, because it's very silly.
Yeah, go for it.
Nice. And then Ohm can actually grab that. Do you have a ton of stuff?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have anything with one use? No.
He could, in theory, drop a really weak spear or one that's about to break.
That'll be alright. Alright. Wow, they're really going into Tiger League. Nihil's Mercor. He shakes his head. $3,500. Let's go. And the team is really excited about it.
Yeah.
Someone in Griff's chat is developing an SRPG, and it does look interesting, but he was leaning towards per map EXP. Oh, and that's kind of how I felt. I think you allocate actions and handle your EXP. How you allocate actions and handle EXP is part of player expression. I fully agree. It's kind of
I
like
agree too.
the EXP share in Pokemon. It makes it maybe a little easier to keep people up, but it just doesn't feel quite as good. Per map really only benefits heal-only units like FE Clerics and Troubadours. It kind of depends on how hard your game is. There are some games like Fire Emblem where early Fire Emblem healers like Clerics and Troubadours are really hard to keep up. Same kind of with Shining Force. But like this game has really not had that problem. Snideball has kind of been leading the pack for a while.
Snideball has snowballed.
He has. I was going to say the Snideball combining the two, but that's just his name.
Yep.
I feel like per action feels really responsive. I can appreciate per map if it feels like the end result EXP is well earned. Gotta answer the question, would it derail the momentum to pause to level up? I say no, because that's what you're working towards. Yeah, Together in Battle says no, it's snappy, quick pop-ups, you get abilities, done, boom, go. Yeah, which I also think is important. You need to, like, do it. And I like that this is quick, and I don't get too many level ups. I found that by the end of my 3 houses run, to dunk on that game again, because that's just what we do here, I was getting really peeved at how many level up screens I was seeing, and how little it felt like I cared, because it's like I'm already so busted, like, oh, you got 2 more luck, because you already capped everything else. So I'm like, I just don't need this.
Like, I understand why they have caps in Fire Emblem. I understand it's, like, important to the balance or whatever, but it feels so bad.
Sometimes, yeah. I'm usually capping close to the end, so I'm not too upset about it. But yeah, if you have a character that peaks really early, like Panette did in Engage for us, it was kind of like, okay, let's give the kill to anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
It did discourage using favorite units a little bit. I'm all for per action. It's the baseline for a reason, and it just feels good to see your characters get better during the fight. Yeah, I do like, too, that sometimes I'm rewarded for, like, getting a promotion in this game is such a big boost that, like, that really helped in that stealth map.
Yeah.
But maybe I wouldn't want to handle mid-battle level up with Battle Brothers, where I have to make several decisions. Yeah, that's a little different. That could maybe be too much. But Battle Brothers also seems to be quite successful, so it might just be that that's not quite for me. But it is for other people. Fire Emblem...
FE healers are much easier to keep up than Shining Force healers, since you get way more heal staff uses in Fire Emblem than heal casts in Shining Force. Yeah, I can't say I've really ever had a huge problem keeping my healers leveled in Fire Emblem games, so they seem to have gotten the balance right there.
I just have that problem. I said early Fire Emblem, because, like, and it's not that early, I guess it's more mid Fire Emblem right now. Like, in Sacred Stones, like, it's really hard to get Molder up there, because I think he joins you as, like, a level 1 or 2 cleric, and it's just, like, that's, to get him viable at all, you are having to heal every 2 damage. And it just feels kind of silly. So I've never done a run where he really worked out, especially because they throw like a troubadour at you immediately in La Rochelle that is a healer on a horse, has Kanto, and is just better in every way.
It's really funny. There's an FE tuber I follow, Danny Doyle, who does a lot of like community polls, like, you know, which of these characters is better? What tier would you rank them in? And there was one recently about La Rochelle versus, I can't even remember her name, the other healer, the girl you recruit around the same time as Joshua.
Blonde hair, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Her name escapes me, but
same.
Like I think it was something like 80 to 90% of the votes were like, the blonde-haired girl is better, La Rochelle is trash. I was like, really? I don't know. I liked La Rochelle, but
I don't know why they would say that. I don't know what her growths are, but I was like, I think it's telling that Molder is not even in that conversation.
Natasha, yes, that's it. Thanks, Mahan.
Yes. Tower of Volney / Arena abuse for Sacred Stones alleviates this a bit, but yeah, I had Molder work out really well as a Sage in one playthrough. Yeah, it's a lot of levels to gain if you can get them there. Just the way I play, I am not going to get him there.
Yeah, I just kind of let him sit and, Molder.
Ugh. There has been a distinct lack of puns tonight. So, you made it into Tiger League. You're tenacious, I'll give you that. There's his voice. You look unhappy. Listen, Tiger League... There it goes. Tiger League is filled with the best of the best. Being proud is fine, but do not get cocky. Not if you want to live. Most matches in Tiger League, he's now Australian, whatever, are bigger too. You'll be fielding 7 fighters in most of these bouts. In the championship, well, it's not likely you'll make it there, but that takes 10 fighters per team. So you may need to expand your roster some more. We may do that. Okay, we've got 6 days. Greatly appreciated since we got rocked a little bit. As you return to camp, you sense Jafar emanating anxiety so strongly that you find it impossible to ignore. You observe as he approaches Ilaria somewhat awkwardly. Oh, Ilaria, it's you. That is nice clothing that you are wearing. Not that your clothing that you're not wearing isn't nice. Not that I'm thinking of you not wearing clothing. A lone bead of sweat trickles down his brow. Man, did you get that from Gemini? That was horrible.
Jafar, hi! I've been thinking about you. About how we should talk. So it's good that you're here and we're talking. Haha! Unrelatedly, I've been wondering what I should do this evening. Because I have no plans. At all. Just completely free. And, available.
If you guys didn't see last week, they both went down to the river to bathe at the same time and saw each other naked. So that's why they're so awkward. Oh, right. There's a restaurant I want to try, and would you like to join me?
She's clearly excited despite her best efforts not to show it. Okay, don't move. I just need a second to freshen up. I'll be right back.
You'll go with me? Really? I mean, yes, of course. That sounds good, and is not something I'm off-puttingly excited about. I like that's not something I'm off-puttedly excited about. Alright, you can have free reign. Jafar is in a good mood. Jafar has invited Ilaria out to eat at a restaurant in town, Dark Prince. There is a special on Chini Gulab, a popular, and highly alcoholic, drink made from fermented sugar and rose water. Jafar and Ilaria eat, drink, and enjoy one another's company for the remainder of the evening. Oh, I'm happy for them. Tokay rests and recovers. Let's see, what do they talk about? Okay, they talk about sapphires, which we have seen. Operator goes and self-heals. Freyanna rests, which I appreciate. Destroyer rests. Tatiana rests. Brelmach is wounded. She may not pull through this. Okay, we will have to send her to the medic. We've got a lot of people in the medic at this point.
Tonight, though. That's cool.
What's up?
Oh, Jimmy comes back tonight from the
Yes.
medic, and then Gemini the day after. So we got some people trickling back now.
Yeah, I kind of... How are we doing? I think we've got a lot of money right now. I think we go drop Tokay off at the infirmary, and then shop and see if we can get a weapon for Ohm, and then the next day we go to the Summer Palace.
Works for me.
Sacred Stone scratches my grindy itch in regards to leveling. I'll always get everyone to 20/20 in it because number go up equals dopamine, except Myr. She doesn't get to fight due to limited weaponry. As a child, that always annoyed me. I really wanted Myr to, like, have more weapon uses so I could get her to 20. And I understand
it's
why they don't, but... What were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like, here's this super cool unit that turns into a dragon, but you don't get to use her very much.
Yeah.
All you want as a player is to watch Myr go burr, and you can't.
Yeah. I fully agree. And like I said, I get it. I just don't love it. That's crazy.
Wow. Tokay could absolutely clobber people with that.
Yeah, it costs 8 energy to swing it.
I don't think that's per swing. I think that's just in general to equip.
Okay, how much energy do you have?
That is a pretty big chunk of her total.
Well, all we use is sprint, hover sometimes, and shove 2. It might be worth having for situational things, but it's... I don't know. Maybe we need to save money. Let's look at Ohm first. He has one option. There's things I like about it and things I don't. What do you think? Do we go for that?
So I feel like most of the time the people that are counterattacking him are physical attackers, and he has such high resistance that they almost never make a dent anyway.
Yeah. Okay, we won't go for it. What is a gauche? Who would
Oh, a Mangosh.
use that?
I think, does Tokay have Mangosh Mastery? I feel like the two classes that generally get Mangoshes are Swordsman and Hasul.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, it might be worth getting Tokay a net, actually.
He's
If we
got
see
one. We have one. I just need to get...
Nets are, like, actually pretty good.
Yeah, I don't see anything that I love, so I think we pass.
Alright.
We can real quick throw him that net though, because I do have one. You're full up on stuff. You are allergic to mangoes. Get these out of here. So I don't.
We should probably get Tokay some, like, medicated bandages too. Like, regular bandages are not doing a whole lot at this point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You take the net. Yeah, and that's offhand, so that's great. I should have done that before. Then, yeah, let's do the medicated bandages. That is a good point.
Everybody uses their main gauche, but where's the additional gauche left?
Alright.
So, since Paniculus isn't here to say it, main gauche means left hand in French.
Ah.
It is a dagger used in the left hand while carrying a sword in the right.
Teodred killed me with Tokay was carrying all those mangoes like the equivalent of a cyanide capsule in case of capture. Still having that bug, Brahmak has returned from the infirmary. As you return to camp, a messenger runs up to you. Well, that's never a good sign. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Got a letter from Nihil Agarwal. I was about to be like, that's me. It's not. Yeah, that's the shopkeeper. Yeah. You'd promised to rout some bandits for him, hadn't you? You open the letter and begin to read. You want to read that?
Sure. Dear valued customer, it is I, your beloved shopkeeper Nihil, proprietor of Agarwal's. My supplier finally got back to me about the accursed bandits who keep hijacking my shipments of steel weapons and armor. He says they've taken up residence at an abandoned guard post near the road, 1 hour's march northeast of Kalkarapur. Please let me know when you've taken care of those scoundrels. Sincerely yours, Nihil Agarwal.
Seems it has come time to fight some bandits. Oh, am I just shipped off to do that? I sure am, okay. I was like, yeah, I'll handle it in a couple days. Oh, goodness. Well, they're low level. But there are a considerable number of them. Dacoit Rider? That's a mantis. Are they... Oh, Dacoit... They're all Dacoit. Okay, what is Dacoit?
It's basically Hindi for a bandit.
For abandon?
Bandit.
Oh, bandit. Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright. Destroyer and operator. Tokay. Jafar. Tatiana. Ohm. Jimmy needs to promo too.
Mahane has feelings about the Mangosh. Mangosh is one of the very few weapons designed to be dual-wielded. It's a lovely weapon.
I'm not super familiar.
Me and Tony got this one, boss. Leave it to us.
I'm so glad that as reckless as I've played, you're still alive, Jimmy. Warms my heart. I mean, if I do that, you're just invincible. 135 dodge. What?
That is
even?
just hilarious.
You know, I do wish that his portrait got the little Hideyoshi crown. Would like that.
You know, that would be nice. That would also be like a lot of extra money.
How much are we talking?
Like, probably a couple thousand.
Really?
Well, yeah, because you have to consider it would be not just the proc-gen portraits. I'd also have to do that for all the enemy portraits, or else promoted enemies would look weird.
I don't know. I'd be okay if I was the only one wearing the Hideyoshi crown. Okay. Let's do that. We're gonna play this kind of conservatively. They've not given me a huge reason to rush. There's no table with papers and stuff.
Yeah, there's not really any super pressing stuff in this map, so you can take your time. On the other hand, you outclass these guys so much, I'm not sure you, like, super need to.
I don't think I super need to either, but I'm still going to slightly. Because what if they have something I don't see? The last battle was so tough, I'm just, like, being extra cautious. You hit like a train now. Goodness. They're just running! Okay, yeah, maybe we don't need to be quite so scared. That's cute. I really did not expect Tatiana to shoot up 5 levels and be an MVP. But she was still feasible, like, being really far behind. Reminds me of Shingen's line about Ieyasu in Samurai Warriors 1. Ieyasu has 2 things that exceed his own worth. That unique helmet, and that Officer Tadakatsu. So true, though. Even more true in Sengoku Basara, when they make Tadakatsu a giant flying mech.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now. That just sounded like a whole lot of gibberish.
Samurai Warriors is based on samurai stuff. Sengoku Basara, and it's made by Koei Tecmo, the guys that do Dynasty Warriors. Sengoku Basara is the Capcom answer to that, made by the original, I think it's the Devil May Cry team. And they basically are like, well, the historical accurate thing is already covered. What if we just went, like, really dumb? And so they just exaggerate everything to the nth degree. And it's very fun.
That's cool.
So Tadakatsu, the unbeatable officer, becomes a giant flying mech. Hideyoshi was said to, hey boss, didn't we already pay off the guard this month? You wanna be the boss?
Did they send men? The greedy curs. We'll teach them to double-cross us like this.
He looks like Prince Charming from Shrek. There we go. That's not a lot of damage. I mean, I could shove that and do a lot, but I don't want somebody to attack me from high ground in a backstab. That would not be good. I think we just go here, maybe. Oh, and then if I shove...
That time of the night where I have to switch computers. I've been ejected.
Alright.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
We will see you then. They really went with Rule of Cool for Sengoku Basara. They really did. And I love it very much, and I'm sad that it seems like they're not making them right now. But hopefully they will come back to it at some point. Let's see. There's an Ohm there. I really need to get Jimmy leveled. So let's send him up. I think we do that, and then we dance Jimmy. Let's not put you in range, probably. Why can I not motivate? Oh, his turn hasn't ended. But if I claw the tree, it will end. Right? No. I don't know what you want. Do you have good dodge? You have 10%. It might be worth that. Probably is. There we go. Yeah, Hideyoshi was said to look like a monkey, so they just make him like a gorilla in Sengoku Basara is huge. Which is really funny. Because a lot of the other games make him a lot smaller. Yeah, let's heal you up. Then I think we're good. I make some mods for Final Fantasy 14? Oop. I should have thought of that. Mainly weapon visuals, one of which being an item swap to give their dual sword job a couple of spears strictly because of Sengoku Basara's Yuki. Yeah, he uses double spears, and his English voice actor, Johnny Young Bosch, I have actually met, and got to talk to him for a little while, and man is he a nice guy. Really, really great talking with him. I don't know if I've told y'all, I helped to run one of Texas's biggest anime conventions for a couple of years. So I got to do a couple neat things with that. Where do you think you're going? You can't just stroll up here. Yes, in fact, I can. Because no one can stop me. I literally can just stroll through you, and no one can hurt me. Huh? I see you there, you little bastards! Thought you could get one over on us, did you? Big mistake. Oh, nice. Yeah, it was fun. Need to heal Jimmy. Let's move you out the way, and then move up and heal Jimmy. Yeah, you're pretty okay still. I'd kill to meet some of my favorite voice actors, but I'll likely never get the chance. You never know! I didn't think I would be talking to Johnny Young Bosch, but that happened, so I mean, anything is possible. 15. Can I do 16? If I Rending Arc, I can do 27. Yeah, let's do that. Get rid of that guy. And then Jimmy can probably get rid of this guy. Can I move up to dance him? Not likely. Unless. Yes, I can. Yeah. We do that. Then, can I motivate you? Aha! And then we can dive that guy off. There we go. And then you can move up. Do you have anything that's 2 range? Not really. Ah, you do. I mean, we could just do that. Nice. Yeah, these guys are not super threatening. Which is fine. I kind of just want to conserve energy, I think. One, two, three. Okay, I have a dumb idea. 25. Can I do anything to kill you? 31. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. The only Johnny Young Bosch role I even know him is Bo Jiggler from Bobobo, and what was the first anime episode I saw in my life. That's really funny to that. Yeah, if that would have been my first, I don't know what I would have thought. We're gonna be really goofy with this and just throw Tatiana at the front lines and see what happens. Because I think it's funny. I could just move up and hide, and then they can't even get past me. But, let's awareness and just see what happens. And then Ohm can move up here, and I think he can probably kill both of them. Oh, not quite. Wait, we're still using our javelins, aren't we? Yeah. We could equip that. And then, how much do we do now? Still not enough. Okay, let's equip our weak spear to not use too many things. Here we go. Conserve weapons a little bit. And then we move up here, and we engine boost, which doesn't even matter, because he regens his energy every single night. Which has been great. And we toss you into the drink. Oh, you just die. I forgot you had 4 health. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, you're still a little hurt. Why don't we just... There we go. His major role is Ichigo Kurosaki, the main character of Bleach. That's what I know him for the best. That and the Power Rangers. I don't watch cleaning supplies. Bleach is my favorite show that I don't think is written super well. First few seasons of Bleach is nice. It's really good up through a specific arc. Then it kind of hits the power creep problem of the whole long-running shonen. Yeah. I've always thought Naruto handles that really well. This has just been the anime night, huh? That's fine, though. I've always thought Naruto handles that the best. But yeah, Bleach doesn't handle it the worst. I think Dragon Ball handles it the worst. I just don't think... I've said a couple times, the arcs in Bleach start repeating. We do, like, a save the kidnapped person arc, and then we do it again. Like, immediately after. So, I thought that was quite goofy. I hate how Naruto ended up with its powers. The reason I say Naruto does the best is because it brings back characters from the very beginning, and they are still viable. So that's why I give it that it's the best at handling that. It's not like Dragon Ball, where when we see Frieza again, really late in the game, he's just a joke. Let's move one more up. The piercing bolt is tempting here. If I did move up one more, I don't want to get hit by the mage. She also doesn't regen energy as much. So that may not be a good idea. You can start moving out. Yeah, I think we just don't overextend. I don't want to use too much energy. At some point, it stopped being about ninjas and started being about Onyo mages, and no one can change my mind. I don't think you're wrong about that. Welcome back!
Hello!
Frieza in the manga towers over Goku and Vegeta, though. He found himself in a hyperbolic time chamber and stayed in there for a while. I feel like, in the movies, especially, Frieza comes back at some point and is just a joke. It's the same with Cell. Like, there's one of the movies, I forget which one it is. I think it's the Janemba movie. They bring back a lot of the old villains, and Gohan deals with Cell in one punch. Which, to me, just doesn't feel great. I wonder if you can stop... No, you just do so much. I'm really trying to get Jimmy a level here. You haven't missed too much. We're just kind of playing this. I decided to put Tatiana here because I thought it would be funny to just let her dodge tank that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like that worked out pretty well.
It very much is thus far.
Looks like the AI didn't think to have the one guy with Mind Blast go after her, so she's probably safe.
Oh, that guy? Do you have Mind Blast? You don't have Mind Blast.
No, I was thinking about the pyro up there.
Oh, he's shooting at us from long range. He also does not have Mind Blast.
Oh, he doesn't have it. Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay, she's totally safe then.
I don't know how I want to handle Jimmy here. Maybe we just take the HP rate and get it. He's not leveling off these guys a ton. Yeah, and then I think we just let Tokay finish there. And Jimmy, move back. Okay.
What level is Jimmy?
19.
19, oh, okay. I can see why you're prioritizing getting him experience.
Yes. Oh yeah, the villain cameos in the Janemba movie. Well, that was fun. It was fun watching Goten and Trunks fight. Yeah, I'm not going to say that out loud because YouTube will freak out, but yes. I did not auto-mod that, surprisingly. But yeah, that was very funny. I really like a lot of the Dragon Ball movies. Tatiana continues leveling. What? No dodge? We learned Mega Stab. Oh, that's so expensive. Oh, we have a lot of energy, though.
Yeah.
That's cool. Think we're out of counters. I didn't use awareness again. Dragon Ball has just never been compelling to me. Yeah, I can understand that. The other reason I don't like its power creep that much is because, once... It's kind of like what you said about Naruto. It kind of shifts from being about the ninja stuff to about, like, what spells can we throw out eventually. Dragon Ball, I think, ends up shifting to be about Super Saiyans. And Super Saiyans become the answer to absolutely everything. And I kind of wish that that was just not quite so true. I think we just shoot that guy, why not? Do you even have the wait, there he is. Why did you run over here? I don't really know what he's doing.
Friana could motivate Jimmy so he could get 2 swipes, as it were.
Yeah, I've been doing that this whole map. I'm just,
okay.
I don't know if I want Jimmy in range of all that.
That's true. He does have Kanto, though.
Your awareness, and you're gonna camp there. Yeah. Okay. I could also just dive.
Also true.
And that would probably get that kill. Let's do it. Nice. Yeah, and then she's not in huge danger if I do this. Because they can't reach her. They can't really get a line on her very well. If I were to focus pills and then fire blast them from behind, that could be good.
Poor Jimmy, his morale is so low from falling down so many times, getting taken down so many times in combat.
I'm just gonna see, what would that look like if I did do it? That's probably not worth.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Especially not putting him in a ton of danger. I think we do that.
Jimmy is all in on physical strength. His breath attacks aren't very strong.
And then you move up to heal him if he needs it. And yeah, just take that guy out. Yeah, we're getting very little EXP from them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you out-level them so much, that's not surprising at all.
Yeah. It really did just become the Goku and Vegeta show after a while, but I'm hoping with Gohan and Piccolo getting personal power-ups and Superhero, that'll start to change. Yeah, you're not wrong. I wish that Toriyama would have gone with his original plan for the Blue arc, where Goku is dead. And I believe he was gonna shift to Gohan being the main character from then on, but people kept writing in, "Where's Goku? I want Goku!" And so he's like, fine, and brought Goku back. I would have maybe liked it a little bit more if he, like, did make it more of a generational story. But we see how that's going with Boruto, and people don't like it, so... I don't know. It's hard. I don't know what you feel about that, Sinister. You've done a lot of sequels and stuff. How do you handle the passage of time in a way that, like, doesn't upset people?
You gotta be more specific.
Well, it's just sort of like... Dragon Ball, I think, has that problem of always looking back to Goku and Vegeta. It's tough to pass off everything to Gohan. That Gohan arc is clearly how the show set things up. Yeah, very much. It was a problem with Toriyama not knowing how to write Gohan as a protagonist as opposed to a supporting character. Yeah, that's tough too. On the other hand, JoJo is quite popular and is a generational story. It's on the 9th main protagonist now. It's just kind of hard to do protagonist shifts, I think is what I'm getting at, Sinister. Because, like, Gundam kind of has that issue a little bit, in that, like, there's an era called the 1 Year War, and they've made, like, 7 different shows about the 1 Year War. And then there's stuff after that, but there's, like, 7-ish or 8 shows that happen at the same time telling more parts of the 1 Year War. And there's not quite that amount of support for everything after. They eventually, like, really intentionally, like, pass things off and are like, we're gonna stop looking back quite so much when they get further in. Dragon Ball kind of, I think, failed to do that. Bleach never even tried. Naruto, people got really upset with Boruto, I think, because it was doing that. But I do think eventually you need to say it's time for another character. Like, if we're going to continue to tell a story in this same world, we're gonna have to pass off at some point.
Yeah, I guess it, you know, when you frame it like that, I don't think, oh, here we go. Yeah, that guy's dead. I don't think I've ever, aside from, you know, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of Telepath RPG, I don't think I've ever actually done games with the same protagonist twice.
But why? Like, you're still showing, like, time passing. Like, events are happening in the world.
Well, I mean, there are mechanical reasons for it, right? Like, it's kind of what you were getting at about power creep earlier. Like, if I have the same protagonist who you've just raised from, like, nothing to a god, start out in another game, where do I take them from there, right? That's going to change the kind of stories I can tell.
That's true.
And I'm interested in telling largely, I think, much more grounded stories than you usually find in RPGs.
We now have quick shove and more dodge.
Oh, nice. Like, you know, there's like a million RPGs that are like, oh, the world is ending, we have to keep the world from ending, and it's like, yeah, okay.
And it's
like that a million times.
It's a lord that has to do it, that's the chosen one.
And oh, look, it's the dark demon / dragon / god. That's like,
true.
Okay, fine. You know, that story archetype is classic for a reason, but I don't know, do I need to be the 5 millionth person to tell that story? No, not really. It doesn't interest me that much. I'd much rather... I like telling stories that are much more specific and grounded, and, like, they have a very defined scope. They happen in a particular area to particular people, and they matter because of the details, not because of world-ending grandiosity.
That makes sense to me.
And so those stories, you know, they lend themselves to having a beginning, a middle, and an end with a particular protagonist, and that particular protagonist doesn't necessarily need to show up. Like, sometimes they will show up in other games as like a cameo, but they don't need to keep being the protagonist, you know?
Yes. That's true. And I do appreciate that about this game as well, that it is like, I'm not a chosen one, I'm just the guy.
Yeah,
and
you're
I'm
just
surrounded.
a guy. That's usually what you are in my games. You're just a dude.
I'm surrounded by people
Or
that
a
are
dudette,
also just dudes.
as the case may be. Indeed.
So I think we're in the position to go to Summer Palace. We need to get... Oh, Jimmy's 18, my bad. Well, we need to get Jimmy promoted.
Taya says, I take issue with Bowie just being Max again, just because I hate Bowie and his ass dialogue.
I also don't think Bowie is Max again quite. He is mechanically, plus Bolt, as Mahan points out. But I mean, you can use the Chaos Breaker to kind of do the same thing. But I think that narratively they're different. But Shining Force is so much reading in between the lines for story, like, because it is funny. I love in-game politics and fantasy politics and deep world building, and I think Shining Force, so much of it is you have to look really far into it. Because, like, what we know about Max is that he kind of is with the Ancients and is sent back, or sent forward in time with Cain, and so he has a connection to all these things in a way
Wait,
that...
what?
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
Resurrection.
Oh, I've not played Resurrection.
I'm gonna play it again on the channel before we do Final Conflict. But like, so I think that gives Max kind of like a... It's barely hinted at, I think, with his connection with Adam in the first game, and I don't know how much of that is cut. I don't know if Ari and I can't remember the translator's name. I don't know if that duo ever released their retranslated Shining Force Japanese version. I really want them to.
Hold up. He has a connection with Adam?
Yeah. That's why.
Okay, sorry. This is like when I remember, you know, back in like the 90s watching the Star Wars prequels start to come out. This is like when I watched the first one and they were like, yeah, Anakin totally knew C-3PO from before.
He built
I'm like,
him.
Really? You sure? Yeah, okay. I mean, listen, at the time it sounded to me like kind of a bullshit retcon.
No, I
was like, there's
see
no
that.
way in hell you actually wrote this out originally thinking, oh yeah, Darth Vader created C-3PO and then just didn't ever recognize him in Cloud City. Like,
I fully
There's no way.
understand what you're saying. And there's a lot of things I think with the Star Wars prequels that we take for granted like that.
Yeah.
Because also, like, there was the Clone Wars being what they are, that, like, Obi-Wan, that's a one-off line Obi-Wan has, and there was tons of speculation, and I think even some expanded universe stuff, that had a completely different answer as to what Clone Wars was. Yeah, so Teodrin's filling in a little bit, saying it's implied in Legacy of Great Intention too, more explicitly in Japanese. It's the reason I knew about it, even like ignoring all of that, is that at the very end of the game you have the post-credit scene where Max is off with the farmer and he's with Adam.
Okay, but like, it's not like when you run into Adam in Shining Force, Max is like, oh, I know you, or anything. There's like no indication of recognition at all that I can recall.
Well, I think Adam is an Adam. I don't think he is the Adam. And yes, Chaos was supposed to be... There was supposed to be more Chaos stuff, I believe. And I think it's Teodrin that filled me in that that's still, like... There's remnants of that still in the code. I think there's remnants of a whole other cutscene that happens at the Adam Chaos moment. That is just not there. It's not full. Or it's not complete. But there's evidence
Okay,
there's
listen.
going to be more.
Y'all are the Shining Force superfan club, so I believe you when you say this is in the original game. I just do not remember this at all, and if you want to like post it in the Discord, I'd be interested to see like what are the things I'm not thinking of that connect this.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. And yeah, Captain also says on the extended text, Max washed up on the beach with amnesia, and Lo drags him out of the water at the beginning of the game.
The extended text, what is that?
I don't know what he means about that, but there is art of it in... I don't think it's in the manual. I think it was in some of the like guidebooks. But they did do art of that. I could come into VC and say a lot more about this. Let's get into the next battle, and then maybe. I am assuming...
It says you are a chosen one in TIB, though. Manbun chose one person to be his investigator. That's you, the one that was chosen. The chosen one, if you will. You can't escape from it. Oh, but you can escape from it. You can actually just opt out of the investigation entirely in this game.
Yeah,
you can ignore it.
Or you can get to there and say, my name is Steve Gunderson. And they'll tell you, great, never come back.
If you give the wrong name, there is one option that allows you to continue anyway, but...
Really?
Yes, you did not pick that one.
Ah, rip. So you were sitting there like, maybe he can still save this?
Yes.
Well, was it showing the guy the letter?
It was, I believe.
Ah, okay. I was just too distrustful.
You would have gotten lucky, and it would have been a guard who was not actually a traitor.
Okay. Alright, let's go to the Summer Palace. Thank you all for the reminder that I am a Shining Force channel. I definitely need to get back to that at some point. But I appreciate y'all going on side quests with me. You have decided to investigate the building that Malatos called Prince Ajit's Summer Palace. You recall Malatos' words, simply reach out to me with your mind whenever you are ready. You won't get a second chance at this. You take a slow, deep breath, closing your eyes and focusing your thoughts. You extend yourself mentally, reaching out towards Malatos. The response is nonverbal, a mere sensation of affirmation, suffusing your mind. You know somehow that it comes from Malatos. You should proceed to the Summer Palace after waiting for 1 hour. That's half the day in this game. No, I'm just kidding. You wait, mulling over just how you are going to pull this off, and then suddenly, it is time. If Malatos was telling the truth, then Dayan should be gone, but that doesn't mean there won't be guards. You'll need a distraction so you and the rest of the team can slip in undetected. Who will you send to distract the guards? Ilaria has not been super helpful lately, so yeah, let's send Ilaria. Of course, Commander, I'll get it done. She quickly moves off toward the front entrance to the Summer Palace. Help, help, bandits! This works. The guards run off, though there may still be servants within. I think the salaries just went down. Is that intentional?
I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay. I was like, is she dead? You don masks as a precaution and slip inside undetected, at least for now. What will you search for evidence? Time is limited. You must choose carefully. Well, Malatos told us that we should search the bedroom and the study, is what she thought. So, let's start in the bedroom, I think. You decide to search the master bedroom. You pour through the closets, peer under the bed, rifle through the dresser drawers, but you find nothing incriminating. Huh? Oh, that's you.
Huh. Hey, Commander, look at this. I found this in the nightstand. Do you think this might be useful?
He hands you a small golden key. It's clearly not large enough to fit a door, but it seems like it could go with a small chest or a locked drawer of some kind. However, whatever it opens, you're certain it isn't in this room. Alright, let's go to the study. You decide to search the study. The walls are covered in shelves crammed with books of all colors and varieties. The book spines are all perfectly aligned along the edge of each shelf. Either Prince Ajit has a bit of a compulsive streak, or else the cleaning staff is very detail-oriented. You glance through all of them, but spot nothing suspicious.
Say, Commander, this looks interesting. Some kind of treatise on anatomy. It's not evidence, obviously, but maybe it could help someone, not naming any names, with targeting their attacks.
You receive an anatomical treatise. Tokei's just out here like, look, Commander, a book, let's read it. You want to be Kushbutu?
Hey, Commander, come take a look at this. This desk drawer is locked. You think it might have something important?
I think it might. I might have a key. There's a small golden keyhole in the center. This looks like a promising spot to try that key you found in the bedroom. Bingo.
Well. Look, Commander, it seems there's some kind of journal in here.
If I found his diary and he just wrote everything down. I am curious. Does it matter which order I do them in? Or did I luck out and pick the right one first?
The order does matter, and you happened to pick a good order.
Wow. Alright. Because I was like, I don't know if it's just that there's a chest in the room if you pick it second and the key isn't here.
There is another way to get into there if you didn't find the key. Like if you have someone with lockpicking with you.
I believe Tatiana does, and so does Jimmy.
Yeah, so you would have been okay anyway.
But I feel smart doing it this way. Journal. 20th of Decaminesis. 4431. Mother gifted me a journal today. Bleh. I really thought she was going to get me a kukri. Even worse. Or kukri? I forget how you say it.
Kukri.
Kukri. I know what that one is. Because of the spy from TF2. Even worse, Adi wrote me a poem. Some nonsense about love and brotherhood. Hopefully Father's gift will be actually worthwhile, but I'll have to wait for him to return from the sandy wastes of the north to find out. In the meantime, at least I can use this journal to document how bad my gifts were this year. 13th of Duomenesis. Father has returned. He brought a new boy back to the palace with him, around our age, but very quiet and withdrawn. During the day, he does not make so much as a peep, but at night I can hear him crying. I wish he would be quiet. It makes it hard to sleep. Ooh. Is the Maharaja, like, an illegitimate son? 26th of Duomensis. I saw Adi talking to the boy this morning. He invited him to come and play with us. I heard Adi call him Manbeer, a weird name for a weird boy. I hope he at least knows how to play games. Oh. 2nd of Duomensis. I finally received my gift from Father, a Sunkenfong set he had commissioned for me. Carved from rosewood and sandalwood with gold inlays. Now this is a proper present. I challenged Adi to a game. He won, as usual, but I have my own set now. I am going to keep practicing until I win every game. We'll see how he likes that. 18th of Sextamensis. I taught Manbeer how to play Sukenfang today. He took it very seriously, which pleased me. I walloped him soundly, which pleased me more. It was great fun. I will have to do it again. This is not what we're looking for. The 7th. Father keeps saying that he wants us to treat Manbeer as part of the family, but he isn't part of the family. He doesn't even have royal blood. These weird pronouncements are driven by guilt, I think. I dislike it immediately. This sort of thing ought to be beneath a Maharaja. Manbeer is his illegitimate son. That's what I think. Which would mean that Manbeer has a claim to the throne. That changes everything. It's less certain than Ajit's. But if the Maharaja dies and Ajit dies, it would pass to Manbeer. Well, that's quite important. 2nd of Quattromensis. Adi made a pompous remark today about some obscure historical event from his books. I swear, he just can't help correcting me every chance he gets. I told him he can keep his stupid facts to himself. He said that knowledge is power, but I told him no, the opposite is true.
It is we who appoint the scholars, the historians. When you are Maharaja, the truth becomes whatever you want it to be. Do you know what that absolute donkey said to me? He said that I would make a terrible Maharaja. I am not talking to him right now. 19th of Octomensis. Ah, Manbeer beat me at Sugenfang today. Bloody Manbeer! It doesn't make sense. It's been years, and I've beaten him every single time we've played. He must have cheated. He denies it, of course. How could I have cheated, he said. Meanwhile, 80 was watching us the whole time, the smug little smirk on his face. I don't know what he did, but I am certain he's responsible. He is such a jerk. Man-beer is what happens when a man has too many beers. Ugh, Man-beer pig. I did think of Man-beer pig.
Oi.
What'd you say?
I said, oi.
We finally got to choose our weapons at arms practice today. I went straight for the Garda. Royal, powerful and devastating where it hits, even through armor. A weapon for kings and lords. I don't know if that's gonna be... I'm writing down that he uses a Garda. I don't know if that's going to be... That feels like a detail that I might need to know. What is a Garda?
I think we actually covered this in a previous episode. A Gada is a sort of an Indian mace.
Who told me they saw him there? I don't remember. Because I remember them saying he had... I thought they said he had an axe. But that's not what he uses.
I think you're thinking of Manbeer. Manbeer has an axe.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I was real smart for a second. Gotta catch 'em all. Ugh. That was not even good. Royal, powerful, and devastating wherever it hits, even through armor. A weapon for kings and lords. Fire Emblem disagrees with you, but sure. 80 chose a Trishula, because of course he had to go for the single most annoying option. What is that?
A Trishula is kind of like an Indian trident.
Okay.
The arms master called his choice wise, which just makes my blood boil. The Trishula's only advantages are defensive, reach, and the ability to disarm or immobilize. That's all. It's terrible for landing fatal blows, especially against armored opponents. Can't the arms master see that? He must be biased against me. I can't believe it. Manbeer is backing Adavan in his bid for the throne. Manbeer told me he would stay neutral. Not that I would expect Father to listen to him anyway, but still, it stings. After all this time, I had thought Manbeer and I were friends of a sort. This is what I get for trusting a Sukasthani. I'll never make that mistake again.
I'm, like, really trying to take all of this in. So, Ajit was friends with them. Like, I was expecting to read this to find Ajit being, like, super bitter the entire, like, his entire life, and that's just not what I'm finding. He seems to have been kind of friendly with them. Rivalry, sure, but nothing that goes beyond what I would expect between brothers. Manbeer being some sort of illegitimate son really throws a wrench into this. 15th of Trismenesis.
Father says that he still hasn't decided who his successor will be, but is that true? I grow more convinced with each passing day that he's lying to me. I know that, deep in his heart, Father loves Adi better than me. I guess it's Adi. That knowledge is a piercing pain, a fire ever sputtering in my chest. I cannot stand it. I wish Father would just admit the truth rather than always deflecting with these cowardly lies. Why doesn't he come out and say to my face, "You are a disappointment"? I detest him and his weakness.
9th of Novamensis.
Father's illness came on suddenly, but not so suddenly that he couldn't memorialize his final wishes in a decree. All of my worst fears have been realized. Adavan will be Maharaja while I remain but a lowly prince. I will never be good enough.
Well, this is also quite motive for Ajit.
Mother followed father, and Adavan officially ascended to the throne this week. Maharaja Adavan Hath. Most of the time, I just feel numb. His insincere graciousness, however, enrages me. He tells me that I am his sole surviving family and that he wants me to remain close to him, but to be an integral part of his rule. But what does he do? He names me High General of a nation with no army. Then he orders the building of a summer palace he can use to distance me from affairs of court. I never did get to the point where I could beat him at Sunken Fang. But I'm not stupid. Is it Sunken Fang or Suken Fang?
It's Sunken Fang, but you can call it Sunken Fang. That's actually kind of a fun pronunciation.
Okay. But I'm not stupid. I can see what he's really playing at here. The worst part is, it was mother and father who left me in this wretched state. I have never been so alone as I am right now. God, I hate this guy. Dude is a walking, talking inferiority complex, complete with self-fulfilling prophecy of failure. Yeah, he is a little bit. With this entry from the year 4441, the journal ends. It has been more than 10 years since then. The question you now face, is this good enough to merit the danger of taking this journal to use as evidence? If the prince catches you with it, things will surely end very badly for you. I don't think it's enough. Because I think if we want to levy accusations against Ajit, this is not enough. If we want to level accusations against Manbeer, this has more weight to that. I've trusted...
So what the game is asking you right now isn't do you think this is enough to, successfully accuse on its own. It's saying, do you want to take the risk of taking this with you?
Is this enough on its own? The answer is no. Yeah, I agree with Ratlantern. I don't think there's anything... The biggest revelation is that Manbeer may be an illegitimate son. He's a dingus, yes, but this is nothing. I fully agree. Like, this does not go nearly far enough to show murderous intent. So we leave it in the drawer. You've decided taking the journal is simply not worth the risk. What do the resentments of half a lifetime ago really prove? Besides, you can remember the details of what you read just fine. Yeah, I agree. 10 years ago, him being somewhat miffed 10 years ago is just not enough. You place the journal back exactly where you found it and close the drawer, relocking it to ensure the fact that you're having seen the interior is not obvious to an outside observer. Does it matter what I choose between these?
Yes.
Oh. What do we think, chat? Do we think kitchens or bathroom? Neither of these were told to us to study. I don't know what, we could be looking for. Because I think that's the most smoking gun document we're gonna find. So what else could we find? We could find poison or something in the kitchens or the bathroom. I think maybe the bathroom, because it's a more private area. I'll let chat weigh in, but I'm leaning towards bathroom.
What do we think, chat? Kitchens or bathroom?
I can catch up on the Shining Force stuff real fast while you're doing that. The Sword of Light was also retrieved alongside Max when he washed up in Guardiana, and that's what Kain steals at the start of the game. It's what was in the empty chest in the Guardiana treasury. I always assumed it was the Sword of Darkness and Kain was wielding it for the first time. No, he just had that. Which makes sense. The two heroes had the two swords. It does make sense. Would have been a funny twist if Kain was the light user. He's not evil without the mask, after all. That's true. Max would be the character who can use the Sword of Darkness to not get cursed by it. Yeah, that would be a neat inversion, but I feel like we hadn't even fully established the tropes to invert yet. In the V2 of Oops All Archers that I never finished, the Sword of Darkness is an arrow that only Adam can wield. Some ancient gadget meant only for a robot. That sounds awesome. You should finish it at some point.
So, the stuff about Max washing up in Guardiana, that has to have been from something after the original game, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's not in the original game anywhere.
I know Lo might mention it at some point, but that might be just a resurrection thing. The only thing I remember it being addressed in is I know I've seen the art and it being in some sort of guidebook that I'm not sure was out at the time of the original game. Then again, we used to put guidebooks out before the game came out. So, I don't know. Mihane votes bathroom. If there's medicine in there, you might find evidence of poison or other sedatives. That's what I'd go with. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, so let's do it. You decide to search the master bathroom. My goodness, he has a nice bathroom. An ornate, imported copper tub looms tall over the room. You pour through the cabinets, peer beneath the tub, rifle through stacks of towels, but you find nothing incriminating.
Commander, look what I found. Some kind of fancy pills. They're probably not evidence, but can we take them anyway? They look valuable.
No. Okay. As you leave the room, you suddenly hear the approaching sound of voices, clinking armor, boots clomping against the palace's stone floor. So what would have happened if we went to the kitchen?
You would have gotten different items.
Okay, I figured it was something like that. It wouldn't... The plot's not changed, though. Your silence is deafening.
I'm not gonna say.
Max,
some choices change things and some don't.
Max washing up in the art is done by the original the original artist, and used to be up on his website in a little prequel comic, but it was removed a few years back, and I was trying to track it down and messaged him right when he died, so I haven't managed to turn up a copy anywhere.
Okay, so not in the game though.
No, the art's definitely not in the game.
Interesting. Okay.
The guards have returned. It is time to make your escape out the rear of the palace through the gardens. Oh, I have to... Oh, okay. We actually have to do it. Oh. They're higher level, but there's... Oh, those guys are actually a little bit scary. Oh, they have whispers now. The rear line is actually kind of intimidating. So we have to escape, but it seems like we're gonna have to fight our way out. What do you have? You have Dark Breath 3, which is a lot. But you don't have any mages that would just go through my golems. So, I kind of like the golem play. Can try to get Tatiana up into grass.
Get DeGraff into grass.
Yes. Oh, we have just enough. Oh. Oh, right. Recall. Okay. Then who do we not want to bring? I think we let Ohm sit out, and Tokei comes. Tokei might have surpassed Ohm, is a good character.
It's just as she told us. Don't let them escape.
She told them? Who in blazes is she? Warning, I don't know, but this is really bad. We have to break through and escape before all those guards entering through the front can come in from behind and pincer us. Oh, so we gotta go quick. Within 31 turns. Okay. Let's make another save here. Alright, 31 turns feels pretty generous. Yeah, these are the guys that I've really got to be concerned about. And they can't start by reaching us, so that's good. Start using some of these. Move up one more. It's a lot of free thinking for a program to go low. Yes, it very much is. I kind of was thinking the same thing. That gives plus 10 dodge, which I like. That does not. Yeah, I think we just put her here. And awareness. And then she's in range of a lot, but I'm really not concerned about her well-being. Okay. Yeah, she's alright. Let's awareness. And then I think we very conservatively kind of hide back here and start moving up.
Playing hide the Sprigget, are you?
Little bit. Yeah, and then Kushbu can move here. If I do that, he's just gonna shove us into each other and it's gonna hurt, and I don't want to do that. Kushbu there. Jafar. Who am I in range of? I assume it's these guys? Yeah, it is. Okay. Send Jafar this way for the time being. I'm starting to wonder if Dion is just the one responsible for everything. I appreciate you not smacking our other person when you could. That's a good opening, I like that. Yeah, but free thinking comes with ads. Should really upgrade to premium thinking. Now you're thinking with corporate brain. Yeah, she is just the best. I'm also curious, how did you come up with using like instruments, like little instrument notes, as the talking sound effect?
Oh, I don't know. I might have been a little inspired by Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Oh, did they do
Everyone
that?
has this little, everyone has this little like flute sound when they talk in that.
It's been a long time since I've played that.
Yeah, originally I actually hired a couple of actors to make little babble speech sounds when characters talk, but feedback from testers was just that it was like way too annoying. I was like, yeah, okay. It didn't come out sounding super great, so I was like, let's go for something a little more abstracted that still gets the sort of general tone of human speech across, and I thought woodwind instruments did the job pretty well.
You heard him, guys. Release the babble cut. We'll start the campaign, get it trending. It'll be great. I kind of think we do this, and then we dance him, and we go around and dive into them. Yeah, they're gonna be a problem quite quickly, so I think we just do everything we can now. So I can do that. I can smash that. That's good. You at 99? Yes. I don't know what to do with Tatiana yet, but we'll figure that out.
She's kind of taken over Bramok's job.
She really has. We have quick shove now, so we could do that and keep moving.
That is true. You also have a net you can throw and keep moving.
Yeah, that's tempting. I kind of like that. Yes. Because these are the scariest guys. And then I think we sprint. Let's go a little bit faster, and then we can start working on that guy. But we'll do that in a minute, I think. Kushbu, let's piercing bolt these two, I think. Yeah. Maybe we should start with the rending arc, though.
Yeah.
Let's move up one. Maximize movement. Didn't get any status, but that's fine.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, that works. I wished it could have gotten both, but Jafar's one short. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I sneezed when you said release the something ending with and my brain decided it was release the babushka. Release her too, she's done nothing wrong. Oh, I forgot to hand out all that gear. That's not good, but...
The GPT in chat, GPT stands for Gollum Premium Thinking.
I kind of agree with the testers in this case. Awakening also had like the or whatever random Foley lines, and I had to turn that off. Either do full VA or none. Don't half-ass it. I don't know. I kind of like the Awakening voice clips. I'm with Ty on this one, but I notoriously am not very happy with a lot of voice stuff. So that maybe is not that shocking from me, but I actually did also kind of like the Awakening. The way it handled it.
Yeah, to be clear, the way that those clips worked in this, it wasn't like Awakening. It wasn't like actual words. It was more like the Charlie Brown, like wah 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 wah, you know, that sort of thing.
You're just making me want this more. Okay, I think we dive. He's in a very precarious position, but he's died a bunch of times. It's fine.
He's probably gonna die over there, let's be real. That bowman could totally take him out.
I did give him extra resistance to that, so maybe it would be okay.
Okay. He could also get backstabbed by that spearman. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
The dive didn't work?
It worked.
I didn't damage that guy.
You know why?
Because he's at a higher
Because
elevation.
it's because of the elevation difference. That's an elevation difference of 2, so it smashed him into the wall instead of the other Sprigget.
I didn't get that that's how that would work. That's not good. Okay. And then Tatiana, I think we just aware... Well... I could flip, come over here, flip again. But I don't think I can one-shot that guy.
I mean, you do have Mega Stab now. It might happen.
Is it going to do that much?
Only one way to know for sure.
I mean, these guys are not that threatening, I suppose, so... Where's Mega Stab? Tornal, Hide, Mega Stab. Oh my goodness!
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Well, okay. I didn't think it would just be a delete button.
Tatiana has blossomed into a death machine.
Wow. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I interpreted what you were saying as more like Banjo-Kazooie, which I'm definitely not into and makes it way sillier. Yeah, I opted not to go that path for a reason.
It only did 34. Jimmy's okay. He's not doing great, but he's okay. Nice.
Good dodge. Using it as a text advancement sound is a whole other beast, but yeah, if it ends up like Banjo-Kazooie, I can see how that'd get irritating or a huge tonal dissonance. And Tatiana just became top DPT. That feeling when the stab is actually mega.
Yeah, that was way more than I thought it would be. But I guess it's piercing attack plus 100 and I don't even know what % damage. I might not have even needed the Mega Stab. I probably should have checked, but I just saw a big number and was like, haha, click.
She probably would have been able to do it without the Mega Stab, given how much damage that did. But yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, Jimmy needs some help here. We do that for sure. And then it's just the how are we going to help you? I think we need to do that to try and reach him. Ah, still not enough. I think we just do the 31, and then we figure out what next. You can fly.
Oh yeah, she just gotta put her Steam Thopter on.
I think so. Oh, I can't. I see. Yeah. I think she goes to get that. The problem is Jimmy cannot live another turn like that, so we need to go help Jimmy. What?
Yeah, Freya being immobilized is a problem.
Yeah.
Tatiana could probably delete that Bowman if she leaps a bunch.
I was thinking she kills this guy, and then Operator goes around and shoves that guy into here. But, yeah, the Bowman is the biggest problem. How do you see the leap working? She can move 7, I think. So, wait, no. Do you move 8 now? Yeah, you move 8 now. So, 1, leap. 2, 3, 4, leap. 5. No.
Or
4,
just 5 to the right.
Leap.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, yep. Tatiana's insane. I feel like I'm cheating.
Assassins in this game, like, they start off kind of weak, but they can really snowball. Which I think, I like, legitimately, they're one of the least popular classes in the game, which I think is hilarious. Because they're ridiculous.
Why does stab do less damage than my knife?
Because of resistances. This guy probably has high pierce resistance.
Not high enough. Insane. Okay, we do that.
So Freya has something that could theoretically blind at least one of those spearmen.
That's what I was thinking. I'm just trying to decide which one. Probably that one. We know what you're doing, so let me do that before I screw it up. one assassin will want the salary of 4 great axe fighters. If that assassin is able to just be sent into battle and never die, I cannot knock it. 30. 36. Thank you. And 3 more dodge. Alright, you do that. Why don't you just do that and hold? There, now you can't do anything.
Yeah, Toka has really turned into a monster.
You light breath that guy, I suppose. No, it'll do more damage if I do it the other way. So what if we kinetic gust and then light breath that guy?
Just FYI, that guy will counterattack. Oh no, he didn't. That's surprising.
And then we light breath you. Nice.
Nice.
And we get rid of you. We have 31 turns. I feel like we're on pretty good pace.
Yeah.
And you just move back up here.
You're making good progress.
Nice. These guys constantly buffing. Hey, it actually worked out for him this time. Oh, and he hit! And dodged! That's my job! Nice!
You love to see it.
Now I just need Freyana to live. Where are you going? That's actually not that bad a play, I suppose. She lives! Sweet. Goodness. Supposed to dodge. I love it. Might put her up in here. Yeah, we could do that and sidestab that guy. Tatiana is just our full tank now. 30, but how much we got? 20. We're going through a lot with Mega Stab. We will buy her some focus pills later. Hey, look, money for focus pills. Okay, you go bye-bye. And now Jimmy can come in and fight that guy. Along with a little bit of help. Does 7. Jimmy does 6. Which energy you got? A lot. Let's try to cause softened. Didn't get it. Alright, we do that. You're quite low. And we motivate. You do the same. Still don't get it. Yeah, Jimmy's damage is just not there right now, but that's okay.
No, he's also fighting guys with very high physical resistances.
That's true. Alright, it's okay. Eat not fruit. Eat bandages. You're gonna be a problem, aren't you? Ba-ba-ba. Our dodge here is 88. It's really not bad. I think we go for the weekend. Oh no, we just shove into the... Yeah, I'm being dumb. Much better. I can finally say I have my popcorn for stream. Finally have a microwave big enough for the bags. It's been years since I've had any. Aw. I feel so special that you're using, like, the first thing you're doing is this. Sinister, we've talked a lot about anime tonight, but what is your favorite show or favorite movie?
My favorite movie?
Or show. One of the two.
Oh, this is one of those questions I like never have a good answer for because it just totally depends on what I'm in the mood for.
I think we move here.
Like, what is my favorite, like, serious sci-fi flick, for example? Probably Ex Machina.
I actually have not seen it somehow.
It's excellent. I highly recommend it.
I don't love a lot of my options for dealing with this guy. I think we do that, and Snideball comes to help. I think that's how we handle that.
I just want to point out, if you're thinking about bayoneting, that guy is in a defiant stance and will deal a shit ton of damage on the counterattack.
I was just gonna not.
Okay, cool.
I was just gonna stand here to not let him go get Snideball.
Just body block. Makes sense.
Because we counter with it as well. Ah, dang it. I have been bamboozled. That's a dude. Get stabbed. So that's Ex Machina. What is your favorite show?
Favorite show?
Ugh. We're immobilized, but we can live, especially with Snideball backing us up, we live that for quite a while. You go ahead and pop out here. You're gonna get backstabbed. That's unfortunate, but we will fix you.
I'm trying to think, like, what would my favorite show be? I feel like I don't have a good answer for this.
Finally. He still doesn't level! Goodness.
Maybe, like, okay, maybe, like, Arrested Development, or maybe, like, the early aughts Battlestar Galactica. Like, those are both really excellent. For, like, wildly different reasons.
I haven't seen Battlestar Galactica either. I'm slacking.
Really? Ah, you should. You definitely should.
There was a guy that I used to see that when I lived somewhere else that lived in his van outside a restaurant. And everyone knew this. And, like, people would just go hang out with this guy. And he just would hang out in his van and blow bubbles and watch Battlestar Galactica on DVD on his portable DVD player. And that was the life he lived.
Blow bubble?
Yeah. That's not like that's not a figure of speech. Like, he just liked blowing bubbles for people. So he would do that. And he would also, I think, go around to Ren fairs. When he was not doing that.
Cool. Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, he was an interesting guy. Okay.
I am a fan of Ren Fair, so can't knock him for that.
Just went to my first one not that long ago.
Ah, how'd you like it?
It was pretty fun. You can attack that guy, but I don't think that matters. Okay. And Kushbu's the one that hasn't moved, but she doesn't need to. Oh, okay, yeah, you go for that. I did feel like it was a little bit too commercial. I'll say that.
It certainly is a commercial experience.
Okay, that's quite the choice. Oh, he might start coming around, which would not be great. Okay, I think what I do is you fall back and shoot that guy. And then you sprint. And get it there. Our odds to hit, I don't love. Does
They're
our
not
net have...
the greatest.
Oh, it does have uses. That will make my... it's a 43. That'll make my hit go up if it hits, right?
If someone is immobilized, they cannot dodge. So that will definitely make your hit go up if you land that.
Oh, we could try. Nice.
Ah, nice. It worked.
The 30%. There we go. You go up here. Big heal on Jimmy. It's buttery and delicious and full of artery clogging goodness. That's good. Not, you know what I mean. Nice. And Jimmy gets that.
Got one, boss. We got this.
Are you promo now? Yes! Finally.
Hey.
He can be a greater Red Sprigget. A Red Sprigget specializing in breath attacks that can hit multiple enemies in a row and set them ablaze. Not bad, not bad. Or a Fire Claw. A Red Sprigget specializing in melee, sporting boosted health and dodge to better survive melee combat. The Fire Claw also imbues each strike with heat damage that partially bypasses regular armor. So he needs to be a Fire Claw, probably.
That is definitely more his wheelhouse.
Let's do it. Promoter. Promote characters to an advanced class 10 times. Oh, he looks cool. Alright, let's grab that. And then I really like this.
Yeah, why not?
There we go. Okay. This is going well. Everything is going pretty well.
What's the current turn?
10.
Oh yeah, okay, you're doing alright.
Yeah. I am unconcerned. She won't name names, but I will. It's Tokay. Tokay could use that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I don't know. Tatiana is kind of our wall now. Did they just not even... No, they just didn't even want it. Do you have Mind Blast? You do. What if I just go stab you in the face? It's not quite enough damage.
If you quick twirl, though,
What would that do for me?
that would mean you get a free backstab.
Ah. Do I trust her this, like, that caught out?
What is her dodge when she's not in the grass?
115%. Point,
I mean,
point taken.
check their accuracy, I guess. I mean, if anyone has accuracy above 115, then maybe not, but I
100?
think you're probably in the clear here.
100. 100. 100. 100. Does that mean she can't get hit?
I'm pretty sure she can't get hit.
Have I broken the game? Well, there we go. What did you drop? 200 again? Yup. Yeah, you're taking some hits, which is not great. I think you move up, and yeah, we just keep working our way through. And then you're gonna get a heal. Do it, you won't. I mean, we'll see. Tokei doesn't super need more damage, I don't think. Like, 27 is quite respectable. So I'm like, Tatiana may need more damage. What's their damage? Okay. Put Jimmy here. I kind of want to be in range, but we're probably fine.
I should mention, this is a map where everyone has to get to the escape point.
Yes, I do realize that.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was clear.
Yeah, you made it pretty clear at the beginning, because there's been a couple, I think, that say, like, a person has to get to the point, but you did say everybody.
Okay.
I will never forget, still, playing, Walk with the Living, and doing a chapter that said, this character or this character has to reach the escape point, and I got there with one of them, and it didn't end.
Oh, no.
And I think I lost a character to permadeath after that.
Oh, that's so rough.
Yeah, I was kind of peeved. Well, that was in regards to Tatiana's solo adventure up top. What I'm talking about giving Tokei is a hit percent increase, not a damage increase. She had a 37% earlier. That's true, but that was for the net. Like, without the net, she's at, like, 90.
That was for a net against a dodgy enemy in tall grass.
Yeah, she has 65% against this one, but if I'm just swinging, 90.
And that's in grass, so that's actually pretty decent accuracy.
Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. Kushbu gets the exact 6. Oh, there's an item sack there I didn't even see. We will make sure to grab that. They've probably got that. Send him to go heal operator. Yeah, we're really out of energy, so I think we just stabby stab. The unbreakable knife, like, we just have a great combo.
Yeah, Tatiana's in a really good spot.
You know what? You go ahead and motivate him to get to operator. One more turn. I also could move Jimmy to go help out over here, just in case. Who has not moved? Oh, I thought you did move. Okay. Ooh. Glad we dodged that. I've learned that hurts.
Yeah.
I wonder what our hit percent is on the Whisper.
I feel a little bad for these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. That is just life. Alright, what is our hit rate against you? 60%. That's not terrible. Nice. Lego. What is their evasion stat? The world will never know now. Sorry. I like the poison bolt. That's kind of nifty. It's another good tool in her belt.
Indeed.
Right, you move around here. I don't think we're gonna need it though. Ah, you dodged. Oh, I can check that one. I assume they're probably the same. Dodge is 33% compared to our 115. Slight difference. I'm gonna position Jimmy so that he can go get a kill potentially. You go there, and we end. To jump back to a topic earlier as well, we were talking about kind of the divide between Western and Eastern people, and it's really odd. Like, I don't even think about, well, not people, but fans of SRPGs, to be clear.
Yeah.
It is really odd to me to think that somebody's intro to SRPGs could be XCOM. I don't know why I find that so odd.
Yeah, I kind of get it. It's kind of like an outlier in regards to the rest of the genre, just in terms of mechanically how it works.
That and tonally. Because most of the genre, I think, is like very fantasy based. And then
yeah, that's true. Although
yeah.
there's a pretty long pedigree of sci-fi SRPGs.
Is there?
Yeah, say so.
Because like there's Front Mission.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about the oldest one I can think of. Shining Force is a little sci-fi.
I mean, Super Robot Wars came out, I believe,
True.
the same year as Shining Force.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
So that's pretty much right back to the beginning, just about.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. Alright, I think we put Operator in range. And then him and Destroyer can start working on that. Still so sad. This was a fun map, though.
Cool, I'm glad you liked it.
Fantasy is just the superior setting. I don't know. I'm very... I think I like sci-fi a little bit more. But, just generally. For SRPGs, I do think fantasy is probably the superior. Okay, now I can just walk around and start stabbing these guys.
I tend to enjoy fantasy more for SRPGs specifically, just because it lends itself to much more of a balance between melee and ranged mechanics.
Yes. There's a lot less questions you have to answer. Why are we not
Whereas, like in
using
sci-fi,
our,
I feel
like orbital bombard
Yeah.
cannons is not a
Right.
question that you have in fantasy. Doing that so we can get Jimmy up here to do some stuff. Fantasy, I'm sorry, sci-fi requires a lot more rule of cool to work effectively, I think. which then kind of gets into the fantasy territory, I think. We already hit the peak of sci-fi SRPGs with Sinbear's Tactics. Really, fantasy is the only one worth trying since we've hit peak. That is true. Equipped pocket sand. Oh no. Oh, he did it twice. Okay. I mean, at this point, like... There we go. We just win at this point. Where's Shove to? Learn new skills. Stunner. 50% chance to cause stun. Nice. And 3 more dodge. Yeah, and then Jimmy. Yeah, you really need more EXP. Nice. He needed more health badly. I wonder if we can end it this turn. Probably not. $10. But if I stab, yeah, still no. Yeah, alright. Oh, I forgot I had you still. Oh, I could motivate. We might be able to end it this turn. Stepping on this will not, like, teleport them out of the map.
I believe it will ask you.
Okay. Wait. Ah! We still don't. Haha. That is something I like about Together in Battle. Your promotion feels huge in terms of a power boost. Like, suddenly, Jimmy Two Wings is on par and can even take a hit. Yeah. It does feel bigger than other games. And I don't mind that at all, knowing that now. It was a little bit rough when I was like, man, all of my characters are falling off. Why is that happening? But now it's like, oh, okay. Promoting, it makes everybody get back up.
Yeah.
I also feel like it's easier to level after you promote. I don't know if that's just the mental, though.
Why do you think it's easier?
I just feel like people are leveling easier, but it might be because they're doing more damage.
I mean, it's probably easier to finish off enemies, and that gives a big EXP boost.
There we go. See, I feel like he's getting more EXP than he was before. I don't know.
Well, you're also near the end of the battle and fighting much higher level enemies.
That's true. Alright, let's start escaping. No, we're okay. And Jimmy leaves. So we win next round. And we can get back to plots. And I am very confused. I am thinking it's just, I don't want to say, Diana? I'm starting to think she's my main person who's behind it. But I now have some sus on Manbeer. The group has escaped. There we go.
Nice.
Jack has returned from the infirmary. Oh. As you're about to leave the city and return to camp... Alright, I was not in the city, but okay. You are startled by an ear-piercing scream. A girl who looks to be in her teenage years comes running up to your group, clutching your hands together.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
I don't think there's any threats. What's the matter?
I can't believe it. It's really you! She turns away and begins fanning herself, her cheeks flushing, then quickly thinks better of it and spins back around, walking right up to Freyana. Freyana, I am your biggest fan.
Oh. She seems momentarily stunned as she begins to formulate a response. The girl continues.
I want you to know, I follow all your matches. I don't care what anybody says, you're the best fighter. The strongest, the bravest, the cleverest. No one else even comes close. I just know you are going to carry your team to the championship.
I love that Tatiana takes a morale hit.
I haven't gotten it yet, but I've been saving up in secret to get a tattoo. She reaches behind her, rummaging around in a sack she has slung behind her back. My Baba would absolutely kill me if he found out, but I don't care. It looks just like you. If I can just find the design in here. Oh, come on. Freyana, are you really not going to say anything?
What?
This is totally inappropriate. Can't you see that... Farida? That Farida here will be in big trouble with her parents?
Hey now, I didn't tell her to get a tattoo. Wait, are you jealous that I have a fan?
No, I am not jealous. I just think that you should be a good role model and tell her not to get a tattoo of you. But also, you should explain that success in the arena comes from teamwork, not just one person being better than everybody else.
Tatiana, the entire last map was you just being better than everybody else. Oh wow, you are jealous.
Tatiana turns away, absolutely furious.
Alright. I think we tell somebody to clean. Who has really high morale? Yeah, Jimmy's pretty upset. We should give him a smut novel or whatever it is. Ilaria, you clean. Please. You are on cleaning duty. Destroyer and Operator repair themselves. Tatiana is feeling envious of Freyana Goldwing. Tatiana spends the evening in her tent stewing. Freyana Goldwing isn't better than her after all. It's just not fair. The more she thinks about the situation, the worse her mood becomes. She's so petty. I'm glad Gemini's back. Jimmy has just been sad about Merling for a while. So we can add Gaslighter to Tatiana's character traits. It does seem that way. Now this is sounding like an Among Us lobby. Sus on Manbeer. All I'm saying, vote him out. You think it could be Manbeer too? I don't have evidence of it, but I'm starting to think that more. I'd like to confer with my Shadowling acquaintance and see what she thinks, but I don't know if that'll be an option. Tokay resumes painting her toy in progress, this time applying shading and highlighting to the details, the folds, the creases, and recesses of its outfit. Tokay sets it aside to dry during dinner, then returns to paint the details of its body, fingernails, lips, hair, nostrils, eyebrows, the iris of each eye. The toy is very nearly done. Nice.
All right, I think I have to retire to sleep.
Ah, okay. Let me, dang it. I keep forgetting that's the save screen.
It's all right. It auto-saved, so you should be fine.
We can't confer.
It is indeed not an option at this point.
So the last thing we can do is end the investigation?
That will initiate the end game. So make sure you're done with everything else you want to do before you click that.
So you're saying we need to become the arena champion before that?
If you want to be arena champion, you got to do it before you end the investigation.
Okay. Because I was like, well, let's do that real quick to do plot. But yeah, all right, we do want to be the arena champions. So the next stream will probably be focusing on that.
Yeah, I think you should be able to get that sewn up next stream.
Are we saying the finale of Together in Battles next stream?
Maybe. It's possible. It's possible. It could happen.
Okay. Well, do we end for the night, you guys think, or do we do late block? What do y'all think? Let me see what I've got.
Input is probably less informed than either a small child or a golden retriever.
I mean, I'm very unsure at this point. I was very sure it was Prince Ajit. Now, I'm not so sure. I'm peeking real quick at the list of SRPGs I have in reserve. Alright, good night, Rat Lantern. I think we may just end here. It's decently late. And I don't have anything that is waiting that I think would make sense to start now. So, I think we'll just end here for the night.
Okay. That is certainly fine. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. And, yeah, thank you, Nihil, for your continued coverage of Together in Battle.
Oh, I'm loving it, man. Like, the mystery is really, really fun. Even though now I feel like my whole world has been turned upside down and I don't know who it is. We are going to have to figure that out, but...
Awesome. I think if we do the saves right next stream, we might be able to get 3 of the endings in pretty quick succession.
That would be great. How many are there?
Actually, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, probably 2 of them in pretty quick succession.
How many endings?
Because there is a bad ending that you have now missed.
Hey, that's good news. I mean, that would be just not doing the investigation at all, I would assume. Huh?
That does lead to a bad ending, but it is not meaningfully different from one of the bad endings you can still get.
Okay. So that's not what you had in mind.
That is not what I had in mind.
Was it going to visit Prince Ajit instead of sneaking out of it? Well, that would tell me he's evil, so you can't tell me that.
I will not answer that question. For spoilery reasons.
Yes, that would confirm or deny my suspicions. All right. Well, what's up?
Oh no, I'm just thinking like, how completionist do you want to be? Because so there are 3 different endings, 2 of them bad, 1 of them good. The championship can play out a couple different ways. And can, under some circumstances, actually lead to a bad ending.
I see. I mean, we'll see everything we can see. If it makes sense and like it's not that far to like do another ending, I would definitely want to see it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll plan it out a little.
Taking the journal, that could have been the bad ends too. There's a couple spots that we could have gone down the wrong path, I think.
There are definitely some ways in which things differ based on your choices.
Jimmy
I
Two
will leave
Wings
it.
dying. That could be a bad ending.
I mean, that's a bad ending in and of itself. That just leads to you rage quitting the game. Instant bad ending.
Could be, but we will end it there. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. Thank you for making this game and playing it with me. It's been super fun.
My pleasure.
Come back next time for the finale of Together in Battle, probably. We shall see. Either way, I will see you next time. Good night.